Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue, shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun, oh but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a good one. Wherever in the wide world you are, I'm glad you decided to stop by and see me in the part of the wide world where I am too. Hope your day is going very well. If it's beginning, if it's ending, if it's somewhere in between. Hope things are going very, very well. You know what I mean. Whoa, today's Poetry Day, apparently. No idea. Quick Ben, it's good to see you. How's it going, Pepper? Lost and Eighth, welcome. Freak, hello, friend. Silent, what is up? Jim, good to see you, Jim. Hello, Green Concrete and Delamuka. Hello to Axix. Hello, everybody. Hello, Italian. Hello. If I missed you, I apologize. If not, it's great seeing you. How's it going to you, Kibs in Britches? Pleasure for sure. Friends, today's a teaching day for old Resorty. Today's a teaching day, so I'll need to make sure I'm out of here at a reasonable time today. That said, we have lots of hours for lots of game time. We got lots of possibilities ahead. We'll see. Hello to you, Tio. How's it going? We're well on our way to rocket time already. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I actually don't recall what it takes to make a rocket, but today I'm setting high hopes. Those high hopes are we ascend to the planet's surface, we build ourselves a little rocket pad thing, and then we start making a rocket. Can it actually be done today? Who knows, but we'll see what happens anyway, and hopefully have a bunch of fun with it. Jim, you're having a bowl of rice with soy sauce. Are you mocking me? You recall I began yesterday's stream by saying that we are out of rice. I hope you're enjoying your rice. I'm sure it tastes very good. Yeah, so yesterday after stream I went to the grocery store and I intended to buy 3 things. I don't recall what 2 of them were, but one of them was a bag of rice. And I forgot to get all 3 of those things and just picked up other stuff around the store instead. And then got home and said, shoot. So we still have no rice at all here. That's got to get remedied real quick. Because every single time the Japanese rice inspector comes around, there's a problem. You're right, I didn't buy sandwich bread. That's exactly right. I got distracted by the onigiri instead, the little handmade rice balls. And I had one of those for lunch instead, and that's how it goes. So we'll see. Gotta buy some more bread, etc. Also, friends, you know that today is normally, what's it called? Indian date night. Friends, I think we're going to retire Indian date night for a little bit. Or we need to change what we're getting there. Because I think Indian date night has become part of a, I don't know, broader habit of the household of eating like garbage and saying, we're just trying the Tokyo experience. So one thing people told me a whole bunch about when we moved to Tokyo is the serving sizes there are so small compared to American servings. You all are sure to lose so much weight so fast. Friends, I have gained 25 pounds. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. Life is life. It's cool. It's just, yeah, I've been eating like an idiot for my time in Tokyo, and so we gotta make some thoughtful changes to life. Not a huge deal. Just want to be a little bit more thoughtful about what we're doing. And you know, we've been here for a year now, so it's time to move past the isn't it all new and exciting, and instead move in the direction of we're just living here, doing normal people living. So we'll see how it goes. Hello to you, Dago. How you doing today? How's it going, Tio? A pleasure to see you as always. Mark, you did that yourself today also. You went to the store and did not buy what you mean to buy? Yeah, I definitely got to get a a shopping list. I'm someone who believes his memory is strong enough to think at home, okay, we need these 5 things, and then go to the store and buy those 5 things. Where Noms is so good. Noms will keep a little notepad on her cell phone and type in exactly what she wants to do and exactly what she's going to buy, and then she goes to the store and buys those things, and I just kind of look around and say, what do I need? And intuit the form of a good shopping trip. And it works okay, but yeah, I got to work on lists, and in the same way I make a goal command for stream, maybe I also need to make a goal command for my shopping and the rest of life too. Yeah, alright, with that said, today's another Oni day. I recognize if we're not careful here, we will never play anything but Oni again, and that is cool. I'm intending to play Oni today and tomorrow also. Tomorrow is usually Rimworld Friday. It'll be Oni Friday this week instead. And then, I don't know. I don't know if I can keep doing weeks after weeks after weeks of just Oni. As of right now, I'd like to, but I can imagine at some point before too long saying, let's take a little break on this, and then come back and see how the colony's going, how the game is going, etc. So this is just fair warning. If next week I'm streaming something else, it does not mean I hate Oni, it just means I'm taking a little break, so we'll see. Hello to you, Camerooms, thank you for the kind compliment. I always try to look nice and classy for people just like you. That's a finger gun, just for you. That's how it goes. Hey, Rucappy, you have a shared shopping list. Yeah, Noms and I have often talked about having like shared digital presence, so that we're able to, like check on each other's calendars, see what the other person's up to, if they have free time for a date night or something like that. We haven't quite pulled the trigger yet. Back at the old house, we just had a paper on the fridge. We'd write down what we need to buy and then take that with us. But here we've not done that at all, so maybe we should go back to having shared lists and such, and that way we can help each other out with shopping and all that. We'll see. Use phone chat with your wife for a shopping list. That's a really, really good idea. Yeah, because you just have the text there and you can scroll back and, okay, I see it, that makes sense. Are we going back to CK3? No, not yet. Gotta take a longer break from games, like CK3 especially. We played a full month of it, right? We're going through one playthrough all the way. It was really fun, but I need to take a little break from the Paradoxiverse. We'll get back to it in, I don't know, a couple months. As I said, the Anno series is one I've been talking about playing for quite a while now. I'm thinking about that. And then there have been a couple other games that have been sent to me, or some of you have mentioned over on the Discord, that I might want to check out. And so, no promises, only promises that I will be here, allegedly on time. I do apologize. Today I was a little bit late in getting started because today is trash day. And we were taking the trash outside, carrying the trash on out, and a box inside the trash actually managed to puncture the side of the trash bag, and it started opening a little bit more, and I realized I had to rebag the trash or else it would split in the neighborhood trash can. That'd be an absolute disaster. We'll see. Have I played Stellaris? Yeah, quite a bit actually. I've played all of the big Paradox games other than Hearts of Iron. I think. I think that's the case. So, yeah, eventually we'll play Stellaris again. I know there's a new DLC coming out next week. That is true. I might play it. I'm very interested in seeing how the interacting with pre-spaceflight creatures goes and being a pre-spaceflight population, because so much of the game is based on being in space and running around weird spacecrafts, exploring space stuff, space. I wonder how the game will be different if you're just on a planet and trying to figure out spacecrafts. I'm guessing it'll be a full game in itself. If not, it'll be so boring. Like, you push one button for research, and then you sit there, and after 100 years, a pop-up comes that says, hey, we figured out how air pressure works. Check back in 100 years. That'd be pretty terrible. Did I play Civ 6? I've streamed Civilization just a few times. Yeah, just a few times. My standard line is when I'm playing Civ, I'm usually wanting to play a Paradox game instead. So, we'll see. Mark's learning a lot about Paradox games from watching me to play them. Thank you. I'm really glad I've become a resource for certain games. that I know enough about certain games to help people figure out what's going on. Because initially when I started streaming, it was, I know how to play World of Warcraft, and that's about it. But over time, I've definitely picked up some skills I like sharing with folks. Jimmy right on that. Hello, Fears! How you doing, my friend? Okay, I'm gonna push the button for the game now, and we'll talk about the game some, and we can keep chatting about whatever else you'd like, but we're past cycle 300. I want to say our little base here is stable and good, and yesterday we made some big progress. I believe we got steel production up and going. What are the games I like to play instead of Civ? So what I said is Paradox Games, Paradox. It's a games developing company, a publishing company. The games that come to mind are Crusader Kings, most especially. But if you like games that are more focused on like the warfare side, you can do Hearts of Iron. Games that are more focused on economy, you can do Victoria 3 or EU4, Victoria 3. Europa Universalis 4. They're these big old staring at maps game often. Yeah, surviving the aftermath, surviving Mars, surviving. Okay, I'm actually intentionally zoomed in right here. And the reason why is we are dumping more briny water into this cooling loop because the cooling loop for our kilns and steel thing actually needs more water because the refinery itself takes quite a bit of liquid inside of it. So I'm going to do this real quick so I don't forget how I'm doing it. And then when that's done, we'll look at the rest of the base and figure stuff out. But feeling okay. Yeah, it's just a tremendous amount of gap in part of this. So we'll get some more going. As of right now, my sensor line's not running all the time. The brine inside that 10 degrees. So this is the first brine return after heating. And it went from, I think, negative 200 degrees up to... negative 20 degrees up to positive 40 degrees. Something like that. The big swing in temperature. And so cooling the water back down is important, but didn't get done quite as fast as I wanted. Wait, why is this partially broken? The liquid pipe is partially broken. What that means is the liquid pipe here had something freeze inside of it. Everything in the line is just brine. Brine only freezes at negative 22, I think. And the brine here is currently 12. I bet what happened is when I cut the wire down here before, cut the pipe before, it stopped spinning, and so it got cold enough up here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There's one other slight issue in my setup up there that I need to look into. Okay, so we're totally full on this side now. The issue is this right here. So the radiant pipe should actually be as far forward as possible, because the metal pipe is getting much colder than the igneous rock pipe. The metal pipe is already at negative 24, where this one's at positive 8 still. So let's go ahead and move radiant pipe forward as well. And we'll do the same thing here and here. And hope that will help some. This needs to be flowing more regularly. Yep, it's breaking right there and then moving forward just a little bit. And the one in front here is down to 5. So what I'm going to do just for the moment to help this thing flow is I'm going to have it go to a green signal if it's, I'll say above negative 10, and with that it'll start moving immediately. Okay, so we're letting things through now that are 6 degrees. It's alright for the moment. The air around is still negative 60 or so. I'm going to turn that back off again and see how much more space is in the pipe. So negative 10 is when it moves on. If below negative 10 it goes. Good. Good. Okay, so this whole section is then completely unfilled. And this is dead stopped again. Down to 0 there. This one here is 7 forward again. Why not put the radiant on the sensor? Oh, can you do that? I had no idea you could do that, freak. Good. I forgot it was just a sensor on top of a pipe. For some reason, I thought it was like some wholly independent kind of thing. But no, of course you're right. Good thought. Freak, you get the Hero of the Day award for sure. Yeah, so let's do, I guess, 3 pipes in a row along here. Goodness. We need to get some more copper printed. It's already being done. Good stuff. We'll copper print there as well. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, great catch. Great thought. Thank you for figuring that one out. Back into our smelter area. I do want to set up to make additional copper ore. And you also see that we're now making refined coal, which is necessary for making steel. And so we've made 1 iron so far. I'm going to set up our first steel job as well. And then make this refinery higher priority, so work gets done on it first. And then these, a little higher priority, but not overwhelming by any means. Okay, and let's see how the heat's going there right now. Yeah, it's definitely warming up in a hurry. So I have a radiant pipeline behind each of these. I think I do. Do I? So this is igneous rock. Huh. I meant to put a radiant pipe behind each one, but that actually didn't happen. So let's do that in hopes that it will cool the machines down more quickly. We'll check back on that in a little bit. And how full is the pipeline now? Once again, stopped there. It can still take quite a bit more. Now, our brine bucket over here still has a tremendous amount of brine, so no concerns at all on that. This plant's not working for want of irrigation. Like I said yesterday, I'm intending to get irrigatable tiles here at some point today, just to ensure our poor little dupe does not have to run back and forth for the farming. Also, hey, it's fertilizer. I like fertilizer. Getting some more of that. Or we could get another character to help with agriculture. As right now, I have only 1. I'm really going to take the fertilizer for now, and then we'll think a little bit more about beds and bedrooms. So, I have 3 unassigned beds here right now. Is that correct? So on this side, we can fit 4, 8 people. Over here, we can fit 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I know I have 1 person who's assigned elsewhere. I should have only 1 open bed then. Are these beds still being used? Yes, they are. Bonnie and Hassan need to get assigned over here as well. Bonnie, you go there. Down here, we put Hassan. And now nobody is in this little room. We'll leave it for the future. And also nobody's in this room here. We have 1 open spot because Lindsay, who needs a light to sleep, sleeps here instead. Cool. I'll check back on that a little bit. One other thing we were working on yesterday is this right here, and apparently it started without without me having it fully set up. So we're wanting to pump the carbon dioxide out of here. So this room is just and only chlorine, ideally. And so this pipe here, I want to set up as carbon dioxide goes out. And, okay, it looks like I never actually made this pipe go all the way down to the carbon dioxide area. So we need to change that by flipping this bridge. And then instead of going this way, heading down this way. And I'll remove all of this as well because it really is doing absolutely nothing. I like the way in which this game encourages iterative improvement. It works fine for now, but how could it be better over and over and over again? Okay, I think, yeah. So this is actually a shame pipe already. This does dump carbon dioxide down here. Ideally, I'd prefer to dump this even farther down now because we're having some trouble in getting the carbon dioxide from this area to flow through to here. So what I'm going to do instead is just, I guess just straight line this and dump it right here or so. That seems good. Hey, Noob, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. which means we'll then want to remove the pipe across this way. And there's also one other change I want to make up top, ideally, which is the pipeline here can just jam in there instead, and we can get rid of this section. Okay, that should do it. So for the moment, this is going to back up with carbon dioxide, almost certainly, and then it will not run anymore because it can only go this far right now. Move that bit also. As of right now, this is saying, do not send me any gas at all. When it's flipped, it'll fix that. So I'm going to prioritize this just to get it done, so I can remember to put the flipped one in that place there. All right, not producing quite as much oxygen we're consuming, only by 5 kilograms, so definitely not a huge issue. I suspect the difference there is our deodorizers are not getting as much polluted air as previously, because, ooey, why do you have no power? Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. But ooey, this once completely full cistern of, what do we call, like filthy water, has been pumped out and dealt with almost entirely. Now, why is there no power here? Okay, it's strained. There's too much draw on here at once. Okay, I know I added something to this yesterday, and I said, oh, you know what it is? This is actually running all of the gates up top. Okay, let's prioritize making this also, please. Okay, then back down to here. There's still more flowing liquid, but not all of it. I wonder if liquid's being removed from the system. I know when it breaks here that it does drop on the floor instead, but a relatively small amount has dropped so far. It's only only 30 kilograms there, and then 30 kilograms here also. So hopefully fairly soon it stops, and by getting this made, it'll be the best way to do that. Okay, cool. The more packs in, and then we check our chlorine room again. We add the bridge back here, now in the correct direction. That'll do it. And I'll prioritize that all the way. Great. If we're going to consistently get low oxygen generation, we might want to add another SPOM in, possibly a non-SPOM, just some sort of normal electrolyzing room. Start getting hydrogen for, I don't know, maybe just like using in the main base somewhere. As of right now, I'm not quite sure what all hydrogen's actually used for in a normal base. Okay, the other thing I'm thinking about doing today is climbing up to the surface and begin to smooth this down a little bit in preparation for building a rocket platform. I know before we go out here, we really need to have rocket suits made. And so I need to pick an area to make the rocket suits. And I know we use a forge of some sort. Hey, Trexie, how's it going? Hello. Yeah, we use a forge of some sort to make this. That's the loom, the exosuit forge. So we need a 400 metal for that. And I'm curious, does it throw out a lot of heat? Let's read about that one. Requires 480 watts. It overheats at 75. There's nothing here about it creating heat. So we can probably just put it somewhere fairly close by. As of right now, we do not have anywhere that's producing reed fiber in a farm. We do have this out in the middle of the base farm going still. Eventually we'll have a proper spot for that, but not quite yet. So I am thinking of putting the exosuit forge room like really in this exact area. Let's get rid of the rest of the slime very carefully, but I think this spot would be good. We'll need to also have a place where our dupes put on clothes on the way up to the surface. And anywhere in here would work just fine. Maybe even this section right here, which I should probably clear out a little bit better. Though I want to protect the Sweetles. They are precious to me to get more and more of that grub fruit. But, okay, so now this is fully radiant pipe. The brine is dropping quite quickly. And so it's flowing a little bit better. Okay, I'm curious what temperature liquid is coming out here now. Which it is doing right now. It's only come out at 14. So... Oh. Good. Good. Alright, so earlier I had a slight concern that this explains so much about where the brine has gone. So earlier I had a slight concern about this thing somehow getting backed up and not wanting to fill with all the brine in the whole wide world. What was the reason for it? There was some reason about if this thing starts overheating, I want to be able to sap off brine, and I don't know why I did this. I did it on yesterday's stream. I have no idea what I was thinking. What's happening though is that all of my precious brine is going into this bucket. Like all the brine from over here is finding its way there. It's just an input line and an output line are both going the same way. Cool. This explains so much. So if we put a drive like that instead and remove the pipe behind, we'll no longer have the problem we're having. And that's a good feeling. I wonder if this was just built. Yeah, this must have just been built, right? Because we did see it going in before. Now, this also needs to be removed. Or we can plug in... Oh gosh, what have I done? We can plug in like this and remove that bit. And then later we'll try to figure out what on earth we were doing and why we have this here. It's 3,000 kilograms. A full bolus is what size again? 10 kilograms. Okay, so we actually don't need any more than here. Don't need any more there. We'll see. Hey, Agnar, how's it going? Fill a lot of brine before you smash it open. More brine everywhere. Okay, I'm going to go and use the snip tool. It's a wonderful addition. Just snip back towards the input, which is here. I think. Is that true? Yes, that is the input line. Goody good. This last little bit gets done. It's on the way, Lindsay. Appreciate it. Oh, as of right now, I don't think we have a place to store refined carbon, do we? Or is it right here? Lime's there. We want the refined carbon to live in this box also. Now, the refined carbon will be kind of hot. Hopefully the giant bucket of brine will help keep it a little bit cooler there. Is the water flowing now? There it goes. All right. And then the water will flow up this direction, and all of our problems will be solved soon enough. Oh, goodness. Hey, it's Envision, how's it going? You've not played him forever? I mean, if you're like other parts of our community, if you watch me play for a little bit, you'll get the itch and want to play it too. We'll check back on that pretty soon. This is now working to remove all the carbon dioxide. That's very, very cool. How much carbon dioxide is left in this room? As long as it's below this line right here, we're fine. Yeah. There's a little bit over here. And yeah, a bit is actually flashing right there right now. So I need to go ahead and dig through this temporarily, just to avoid the carbon dioxide sneaking up that way. We'll see. Hello, Dr. Possible. You're on cycle 46. Good, enjoy. Now, if I remove this, it'll make these no longer usable. I actually don't know if they can still fill while they're unusable, so hopefully this does not cause a major backup somewhere, but it's just temporary. We'll put it right back in, I promise. And then I want to dig this part out. Cool. How am I avoiding blocking all the pipe with brine water? If you mean this right here, I'm planning to cut it in a moment. Yeah, once I see that the line is more full than this, then we'll go ahead and snip here and leave this bucket here for the future. I don't know how much more I want in. Yeah, not too much more. Hey, Sushi. You're on cycle 1 of Rime and loving it? Awesome. Yeah, I'm always quite struck when people do not know of a game at all until I play it, especially a relatively popular game, and they feel themselves saying, "Oh, I would love to play that one," and they do. It's great. I think often seeing me have fun play a game makes other people think they'd have fun too. We're not so different, you and I. You're right, Fernandez. They can add more later. Hopefully that will work. Now, I believe we put the radiant pipes here. Yes, radiant pipes are there now to pick up heat. And I haven't radiated here yet. So what's the room looking like on heat now? Oh, a lot nicer. The water coming out is quite warm indeed. The water coming back now is -11, -11. Can we say cool? I'm feeling this might be cool. I do worry a tiny bit about the heat gradually going this way, but we can just add a further cooling line this way with no real problems at all. Yeah, I think we did a good job with that. All right, so with that done, I think I'll set up a little bit more steel, and I think forever might be a mistake. Also, we have no place right now where steel lives. Unless it's still way down here. This is a box full of refined metal. This is a box full of genuinely nothing but salt. Right, this is Salt Rock Crushy Place. How much salt do we currently have made? We have 1,141 grams of table salt. I don't quite know how much that is in the grand scheme of things. Okay, I think you have to use a rock crusher to get the table salt. I don't think a refinery can do that. So I'll leave the salt down here and then get rid of this bin. Get rid of this bin. And put a new one up here. We'll hold the refined metal for the time being, because it should be quite warm. This will help cool it down some more. So build one of you right there. Alright, so I was about to say, gosh, it sure would be cool if there were a way for me to say, have the kiln make refined carbon when there is no refined carbon available. And I'm curious if I can find a way to do that using the glory of automation. First question, are kilns automatable? They are. Okay. And I shouldn't... There's a tiny corner of the face cam without any green screen coverage? Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Oh. This right here. I think that's my microphone, actually. Oh, I should mute that, sorry. All better? I think all better now. If you meant that, cool. If not that, let me know. The cat was on the table earlier and probably ran into it and didn't notice. Different corner. What? Okay, pardon me briefly. I need to pause the game now. Welcome to Tech Support with Resorty. Here comes Big Resorty. Oh, it's there. It's what I'm leaning into. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Wait, up top right. Huh? All right, we're gonna change this slightly. Did that fix it? It looks okay to me. I don't know. I'll go back to this big screen. Oh, okay. So on Big Resorty View, we're zoomed in slightly more so you can't see it. That's the issue. On Game View, I do now see it. It's floating in the middle of the chlorine there. Hello. I must have kicked it at some point today. All better? No, not all better. Pardon me. Hooray. Alright. My apologies. Thank you for catching that, Fernandes. It would have bothered everyone tremendously. And people would storm out of chat and say, some streamer this guy is. Yeah, what the issue really is I'm in a fairly small room, as many of you know. And so, when I'm getting out of my streaming area, I have to, like, sidle to the left and then turn a very, very narrow corner. And as I mentioned earlier, the Indian dinner has made it so that I'm not narrow enough to make it through without kicking the green screen. So, good. Thank you, Fernandes, for noticing that. I'm sure it's all good now. Yeah, I've thought about, like, making marks on the floor of places where the green screen's feet should go. But I don't know how to make those. I guess tape would do it, possibly. Yeah, I'm just not sure. Okay, so what I was saying before is it'd be really cool to automate kiln production and indeed steel production. Only ever when we don't have any. Now, with this kind of bin, I can't do that because storage bins are unautomatable. Sure, that's a word. I think I can use the conveyor loader to automate. But is there an automation tool that would, like, check number of items? I'm looking for a smart storage bin. Okay, thank you for that. It's possible I don't have those yet. Oh, yes, I do. More base, you're a hero. Or more bass, you're a hero. Whichever kind of thing you are, thank you much for that indeed. Cool. Cool, thank you. I could do it. I bet I would not have been able to do it had I not found that thing. I would have, like, all right, we're gonna have a conveyor loader that when it's done loading, it runs the conveyor past a, like, sensor of movement. Who knows? But yeah, I think it's worked very well. Thank you for finding it. Your largemouth, excellent. Bass bass guitar. Good old bass bass guitar. I'm guessing that means you don't care about pronunciation, and that's fine with me too. I'll switch back and forth repeatedly. Alright. So it's in the green signal when it's full. I want to use a NOT gate then. It's full. Not! Oh, Sasha Baron Cohen, you're surely the greatest of us all. Alright. I'll make this nice and symmetrical for you all. Oh, it's not possible, I'm sorry. I would need to flip this machine around. Alright, our dirty little secret. It's supposed to be symmetrical, but it's not. Would that look nicer, though? Maybe that'll look nicer. Oh, that's much nicer, except it doesn't plug in. Okay, so when full, send a red signal. We have to choose a level of fullness, though. Perfect. And that's going to be for... Oh, I should probably have separate ones. Okay, what I immediately thought is, if I set all of the make kiln stuff forever, then... Yeah, if I set it all forever and ever and ever, then if one of them's on clay and one of them's on refined charcoal, then one or the other of the two could fill up the machine entirely and they wouldn't get any of the other one. So I think I'm going to need 2 of these smart storage bins and an ore. But how do I ensure that the correct kiln turns on? Never mind on this part. Instead, we'll have the exact same setup next door. And one will be for clay, and one will be for the other thing. The refined carbon. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it makes sense. I kind of sort of want to do the exact same thing with the metal refinery, with the copper and gold and iron and steel and all the rest. But I'm not going to do that yet. We'll see how this goes. Alright, go team. So this one's going to be just the refined carbon. and then clay on this one, or ceramic on this one rather. We'll probably want to move clay up to here eventually, and some coal also. Now, as right now, we have 35 tons of coal. We have tons and tons and tons here, but I'm not sure. The gate is backwards? The gate's backwards? Is it? Wait. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I put it in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's not the gate was backwards per se. It was just in the wrong spot. But yeah, you're correct on that. Show me the knots. Yeah. This is how I'm getting the symmetry for you all. Behold. Behold. Okay. Now, not enough metal. More copper, more copper. It's still backwards? I thought it points... Oh, you're wrong. Cool. I mean, when we get to the logic part of the game, I often have a very quick feeling of like, oh, I see. I didn't make it the same. I have a feeling of I'm just doing this wrong no matter what. But this appears correct now. Here, I will fix this for you, and that will be good, and you'll all be very happy. And then you will enjoy watching this show and not feel great pain at the mistakes I'm making. So destroy automation. That one there. And now it'll look beautiful. There you go. I give you beauty. Okay, so this one then needs to be ceramics. Now I haven't made a single ceramic yet. So we're going to make one ceramic here. So we have it available to put into the machine. Okay, we clearly don't want this to be 100% full. I'm going to put this at 1,000 kilograms. I have no idea if that's a good amount. We'll see. And I'm going to set this for forever. And I believe what that will do then is... Yeah, if this is below 1,000 kilograms, it then turns the machine on and throws a job. If it's at 1,000 kilograms, it then turns it off. Now, the only question is it possible to get refined carbon in less than 1,000? And so it'll never actually fill. Can we tell the output here? Yeah, it produces 100 kilograms. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Then same thing here. Right, we need to get this part done first. So it'll get done soon. Good. Good. Also, the pipe is not entirely full still. Right, because I cut it, so it won't fill anymore. Cool. Seems nice. We dug out over here. These are still filling. They're no longer sharing liquid between themselves, though. But I think we see one tiny bit of carbon dioxide hiding in the corner. I think if we wait sufficiently long, this will find the way out. I'm okay leaving it there as a reminder of things past. What stone do we have here? Igneous rock is fine. Oops. Oh, you know what? If I'm going to leave this thing running, I should probably automate it somehow to not waste power. But I think it makes a good amount of sense to not make it possible for there to be anything down here. And so let's go ahead and tile across this line first. And then this line as well. Hey, they got the carbon dioxide. No, they didn't. It went this way. Hopefully soon. Checking that again a little bit. And then we want to lean out this part somewhat. So I've left this machine here in hopes that we can recharge at some point before too long. Though I still don't quite know how to do that. I could put the forge right in here. How tall is the forge? It's also possible I haven't gotten the material we need for it yet. It's a station, I think. It is. We don't have the metal. All right. So we'll go back up to... Do you have a hotkey for this yet? Oh, the hermit spot. So yesterday we got the hermit's lights on long enough that he is a little happier with us. Still don't have the food. Do I have spot 5? Okay, I make spot 5 into the smelting area. Control 5. Good. It's now Shift 5, it goes there. Ooh, cool. Has a ceramic been made here yet? No. Is there an errand for it? No. Oh. Because it's turned off until the rest is made. That's exactly what's going on there. Yeah, and the water is still filling kind of slowly there. Which makes me think this is not as good as it could be. We could just make absolutely all of it into refined metal, and that way it would go much, much faster through. Yeah, the reason I didn't do that earlier was I was worried about it overcooling. But now I'm seeing it's actually heating, or cooling much less quickly than I thought it would. Also, the oxygen along the line is now only -10, where previously it was all -40, -60 here. We might need to add some like temp shift plates possibly in here, normalize the temperature a bit more. We'd also just throw more and more ice in front of it here. This is not a permanent solution by any means. We'll have to figure it out eventually. But like I said, let's go ahead and add in some more radiant pipes and see if that will help some, especially before the first one. Because ideally what I'd like to have happen is that as much as possible is sent back right away. And the air temperature here is still -50 or so. We'll see what happens. Okay, I want to move the priority up on getting this part done, just so I can stop worrying about the kiln area. That's right now this thing has had up to the yellow. So I think it needs the yellow to do its work. And then if it's up to the green, it has 2 jobs inside of it at once. Shift plate there isn't a bad idea. Thank you. I'm glad I do not have bad ideas sometimes. You're now flipped on. First ever ceramic is being made. Goody good. I don't know how long it takes to make a ceramic, so I'll have to sit here and watch for a moment. And then this direction is now totally full of oxygen. I actually don't mind that, because if we're going to have our spacesuit area somewhere in here, we could very easily just leach oxygen off of this. I think the only reason we put that there was so that this room had oxygen, because before it was just carbon dioxide and no hope of getting oxygen there. Also, do I want to open these doors? I don't think it matters at all, so we'll open them just so we can get through a little more quickly. Hello, Sweetle. We asked earlier, if a Sweetle tends to a grub fruit plant, what chance does it have of birthing a grub? Because it's only 2% without having tended, but now that it has, 22%. Alright, so if they start getting into the habit of attending to plants, they're then much more likely to produce the kind of baby I do not want to have. So I might want to segregate some Sweetles just to make sure we have consistent sugar production. That's another thing for down the road. Down the road. Hopefully there's some Sweetles still existent at some point. What's up, Vera? Hello, Troll. Alright, a ceramic came out. So this box then has just ceramics, which are manufactured? No. Which are industrial ingredients? No. Which are consumable ores? No. Okay, ceramic, what are you? I'd be the absolute worst guesser on these things. It is a construction material, and then raw mineral. They're calling it a raw mineral. There it is. How much does one of you weigh? 100 kilograms. So again, 1,000 kilograms. And then it turns on. We now say ceramics forever. That's good. That's good. So we now have a tremendous number of radiant pipes right here. And so it is cooling. Wait, I feel like something's wrong. Is it actually possible that this is somehow cooling faster than this? And so it's all going through instead of switching here. I mean, I guess what we see is that we are dumping heat here, which is good. Just not quite enough before it gets to here. No, it's 7 degrees there. Wait, it's 7 degrees here. That is definitely below 10 degrees. So why is it not turning? Oh, 10 degrees is not negative 10 degrees. Let me tell you something, friends. Apparently positive and negatives are different numbers. Yeah, as for negative 10 on these, not positive 10. It's exactly how we're using brine water here, not normal water. Yep. All good, all good. Okay. Eventually, I may try to do smart storage here as well to automate this some more, but for the moment, I'm just going to do a normal, boring storage bin. And this is job 7, so it is throwing a job consistently for someone to come up here and work. We'll check on this in a little bit. We talked about also adding temp shift plates. Now, I don't exactly know how those work yet. I understand that they assist in temperature transfers, which seems super cool. I know that if I make them out of ice, they liquidify very quickly. But let's go ahead and read about them a little bit and see what we can figure out. So, accelerates or buffers heat dispersal based on construction material used. So it can also stop the exchange of temperatures. I didn't realize that. Alright, so what causes it to go more quickly? All these are decors. Excellent radiation shield, maybe someday. Dirt is slow heating. I want like something like reactive, I'm guessing. Yeah, high thermal reactivity on iron. That seems good. Obsidian thermally reactive also. Gold thermally reactive. Ice. Slow heating apparently. Alright, so the basic ores don't seem to be affected at all. Oh, apparently diamond's quite good. And we have 200. Hey, Gregarious, not having a good day. I'm glad you're hanging out with us, my friend. I'm having a good day, and hopefully we can let some of that rub off on you too. Granite's good enough? Alright, we got lots of granite, let's do it. And we'll see what that does. It's probably excessive, probably a little too much, but we'll see. Exactly, Trexie. Yep, this area up here is quite cold. It is negative 62 degrees. And so the smelter takes in cold water and drives out very, very, very hot water. And so the very, very hot water is then set up here to cool down and hopefully then loop back around. Now, at some point, I may just add more and more plates all the way along, but we'll see what that first bit does. Okay. So as the copper is getting finished here, I want to put it into these buckets here. I'm going to have one bucket that is just and only for steel, which we have none of currently. Unfortunate. So I need to make... Oh, right. To make steel, you have to have iron ore into iron. I haven't done that part yet. And apparently we have no iron? Wait, is that actually possible? How do we have no iron? I know I haven't dug out that much, but... Wait, no iron does not mean no iron ore. Yeah. Iron ore we have plenty of. Hey, Gregarious. You got a knock on the door as the Condo Association president who said, there's water running through the ceiling into the unit below you. Oh my goodness. I can't imagine. That's maddening. Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that, honestly. Really, really sorry to hear that. I also just realized that steel is not a metal. It's a manufactured material. hoping to get that fixed quickly, my friend, and hopefully the floor is secure still, and I would have no idea how to deal with that. Sounds brutal. This one then is for any refined metal that is not steel, which say just any refined metal. And so hot things will stay in this room. Now, here, they're actually not being cooled. They're instead being run past with hot brine. So we could take the colder loop. And run it past here as well. Now, I'm recognizing that the liquid coming along here is heating up a decent amount. So it's possible I want to have separate cooling loops and feeding the machine loops. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out eventually. On the floor here, we have igneous rock. This room is where we stored all the igneous rock so far. We'll continue that. That line's been built. Awesome, awesome. Go and build one more across. And then almost no carbon dioxide. So what I want to do here is, if carbon dioxide gets over a certain pressure down here, then I want to turn this thing on. Otherwise, keep it off. So, can I do that with what I have right now? I know I have the pressure thing. Do I have a what gas am I sitting in thing? Alright, here we go. Gas element sensor. So because we have 2 open spots on one level, I think this will work well. But it will require this area being completely filled with carbon dioxide first. And it's time for our first logic plates. Oh boy, oh boy. So Atmos sensor there. What gas am I sitting in there? We then link these two together. No, that's not true. Sorry, that's not true. I'm saying false words. What I'm going to say is we need to link them together with a logic plate. Our friend, the and. Okay, so if this and that, then that. And I think that's green signals on the way. All the way, rather. And I don't think the filter does anything or wastes any energy if this thing is not turned on. We'll see in a moment, though. Hope that works. Hey, Tio. Was there a bridge before the pipe that isn't insulated by a normal pipe? That's a heck of a question. You're probably right about it. So I'm guessing you mean in this area. I'm actually not sure what you mean, unfortunately. So there's a bridge here, which is doing nothing. It's just hanging out. It's meant to bring cold water inside if we need it. Out from the refiner, there's one piece of normal pipe. Oh, there is. Thank you for noticing that. Yep, absolutely right. No clue why. That was better, though. Hey, Cajun Killa. Will class today be as hard as rocket surgery? I mean, everything is, but no. Today's class, the students are doing most of the work, and then I'm offering some feedback and seeing what they think. This spot's unreachable, according to Little Old Bubbles. Is it really? Oh, yeah, it is. yeah, it is. The issue is that the little dupes can't put their heads inside the ceiling. What are they doing today? Today is like contemporary receptions of Marxist theory, with emphasis on like critiques of Marxism and other ways to apply Marxism instead of like the authoritarian state. We'll see how it goes. It's a fun topic that the students let it be fun. But my favorite thing to talk about is worker-owned co-ops. They're a really, really cool business form in which a group of people to get together and start a business together. And instead of one of them being the boss, they, sit and talk and discuss what should be done with the business. And the biggest one of these is in the Mondragon region in Spain. It's a factory area of, I think, 100,000 plus workers, all of whom are owner workers together. It's pretty cool. Namek Jam, I appreciate you. It's good to see you, Namek Jam. Hello, Foxy. How are we doing today? Hello, Too Easy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It sounds terrible. It sounds great to me. Yeah, I mean, I think some people very much want to have a boss who says, like, hey, do this job and you'll get paid for it. But I'm definitely someone who's interested in like sitting and thinking and discussing together how a factory or a workplace should go. I want to take ownership for my work conditions. So that's how it goes for me. If we're in the US, be 15 choices made for a 2-option question. Yeah, I mean, there are some in the US. Like, there's a movie that's only available on DVD, unfortunately, called Shift Change, I believe. And it's all about worker-owned co-ops in the US. There are cleaning services, which are owned by groups of women, most especially. There are coffee shops, bookstores, factories. There's an air conditioning company that does it. Like, the number one thing that this kind of ownership requires is the willingness to compromise, and the willingness to sit down and talk through ideas and like figure out what it is to continue working with people that you disagree with without having any one person being able to say, I'm in charge here, or else. If you don't agree with me, you're fired. And so it's definitely a slower way of doing business, but one that the theorists involved in it say is more respectful of like human autonomy, and I love that, obviously. So it's the kind of thing that my students often get excited for, because I think they have a very hard time imagining how things can be different, and that's all I ever want, right? I'm fine with saying that our current world is the best possible world it could be, but I also hope we can imagine sometimes and see what's different. All right. Still not working great, but I'll ignore you for now. Hello, Blazer Jake. Do I ever play Surviving Mars? So I've played Surviving Mars back when it first came out, and I think when the first big expansion happened, or maybe the first like big update happened. I know I've streamed it on 2 occasions. I like Surviving Mars, but it didn't quite catch me as much as some of the other Paradox games. I know that some streamers like really got into the how hard can we make Surviving Mars, who played at like 800% difficulty with with all sorts of like weird environmental challenges, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, I think it's a fun game, but probably not one you'll see anytime soon. But it's a cool game for sure. You like the radio stations? So as I often mention on stream, if someone else is talking on stream, I do not know how to stream anymore, because I want to sit quietly and wait for them to finish talking. And so I had to turn off a lot of the radio stations in Surviving Mars. That said, Surviving Mars has my favorite Paradox song in all of history. It's called La Fave, I believe, and it's written by a French band, and it's so darn good. So the power of green must be lined up, and then green goes through. I think the logic gates look different than they used to. I think the logic gates here used to not have like this kind of thing, right? Which shows how the green light is going. I'm right about that, yeah? They used to just be like plain white lines, and good luck figuring it out. Okay, so if you're sitting in carbon dioxide, which you're not, and if the pressure's over, I don't know, we'll call it 600 grams, which is a pretty decent amount. Currently sitting in... How much? Where is it? Carbon dioxide, 35 grams. Oh, above. And yeah, it's actually shown right here also. But what's there right now is chlorine. Oh, no, oh gosh, it's carbon dioxide. Okay, so what I was thinking would happen with this setup is that if there were carbon dioxide down here, it would wait until there was sufficient carbon dioxide to raise the level of the atmosphere sensor. What's happening instead, though, is if there's any carbon dioxide that gets here, the chlorine amount is still sufficient to make this side run, which makes me think we actually don't need this side. It just, if there's carbon dioxide, grab the carbon dioxide. In this case, it definitely did, though. Like, the one bit of carbon dioxide did get sucked out. So, while not perfect, this will function, and I'm happy with that. Cool. More automation, more good. A game I played in the past, The Last Spell, got its 1.0 release. Oh, cool. I liked Last Spell. I was very, very bad at Last Spell, but I did, in fact, enjoy it. It was a good time. I don't quite remember why I was bad at Last Spell, other than, like, when I had limited moves, and the enemies just kept coming. Like, I really enjoy strategy games in which I do not get overwhelmingly outnumbered. Like the Final Fantasy Tactics games, I really like games like that, or Fire Emblem, because I see there's 14 enemies, and you can engage 5 of them at once. Where Last Spell, it was often, here's 100 enemies coming from 2 directions at once. Good luck! And I could never quite figure out how to use AoEs effectively to clear them all out. One of these things we'll figure out eventually. Do we have enough metal now to make our... what's it called? Our exosuit forge. We do. How tall is it? I'm wanting to put it in here. It's perfect. It's perfect. I don't think this throws heat into the world. It does not. It's going to require a decent amount of power run to it, but that's fine. Absolutely fine. And so we'll go ahead and add an airflow tile right there, and then run this up a little bit more. Not like that, though. Like this instead. And then throw a door in. Already made a door, right? This room is not a room. There's no, like, industrial room, I don't think. Oh, speaking of rooms, I just remembered, I can make this room into a power plant or a generator room or something. What's it called? Also, we need a laboratory room. Oh gosh, alright, that's gotta get done eventually. The power plant, right. So generators built in the power plant can be tuned up using a power control station. It needs to be a max of about 96. Yeah, we could definitely reach that. We'll just need to put additional flooring here. The reason there wasn't flooring there before is because I need to get these set up. Now they're set up, no problems. And then we'll dig out this one tile here and remove this one ladder here, put a door there, and I think it's close to 96. If not, we'll make another cut line here. And I guess we can do that just so it there's no question about it. Hey Mike, may I already own the game, but Steam has Frostpunk for sale. Yeah, we've played through Frostpunk multiple times. I like Frostpunk a lot. It's a pretty good game. Yeah, like I said before, Frostpunk is one of my favorite games for setting. Like, I feel cold when I play it, and that's awesome, I think. I believe it's the case that a bridge cannot have a door over top of it. So we'll need to move the bridge just a little bit to here instead. But yeah, if you've not played Frostpunk, 100% recommended. It is an out-of-sight good game. It makes some like fun moral questions and really interesting take on an apocalyptic scenario. It's in the same world as Snowpiercer, if you like that movie. I think it also may have been a comic book at one point, right? I think Snowpiercer was a comic book before it was a movie. It's pretty cool, though. First ceramic ever has been created. We have 1,300 ceramic. I thought I said make only 1,000 of it. This button. Okay. I did. Okay, maybe one more job started after the stop signal was sent. Maybe. Whichever way, just a little bit, no concerns. All right, what printables are available? Hello, printables. We already took fertilizer once today. Let's look through the characters and see. So this person wants to be a scientist and a rocketeer also. However, has many negative traits. Weak strength, no thanks. More fertilizer. Endless fertilizer. Now, as I said, we can make a laboratory room here, and I have no idea why I didn't try to make that. Because I think what it said is just have 2 science machines and no industrial buildings. Yep, 2 science buildings, a light source, no industrial machines. Enables the geo-tuner and mission control station use. Okay, so actually laboratory gives us... I was going to say nothing, but it does give an efficiency bonus also. We'll make a proper laboratory somewhere else eventually. Gotta expand some more again. Possibly right here. Yeah, possibly right here. See about that later. Okay, you have been created. Is there a difference between the Atmos suit of copper and the other Atmos suits? We can read right here and see it's plus 50 insulation, negative 6 athletics, plus 20 centimeters of insulation, a bonus to excavation, and scalding threshold of 725 degrees. I'm just going to look at the insulation thickness and scalding threshold and see what differs there. So 20 and 726. Out of aluminum, the same. Out of iron, the same. So it appears not to matter which one chooses. Repair Atmos suits forever and always surely. And I'm going to make 3 of these for now. Hey, Klaus, what's up? How's it going? Oh, yeah, you need power, though. And I'm sorry, what? Potential load 30 watts? What? Oh! This is the line that used to feed the desalinators. It now feeds nothing. It's like I planned it. I definitely didn't. That's just totally randomly it worked out. Cool. Yeah, over here we have desalinators and a sieve, and now it's just kind of nothing. Awesome. Totally calculated. Clearly. Okay, so we need to get more copper made. I am kind of wondering if we want more than one of these refineries. Probably at some point. Okay, so now we have these temp shift plates in place. I want to see how the temperature changes as it goes through. So it enters the wide world here at 62 degrees. The brine is spiraling ever warmer on the way out. Cool. It's coming here at 31. It's leaving at 16. So over this space, there's 15 degrees of change. And here it comes at 12, 9. Okay, so it's not reaching negative 10 by the time it goes here now. Let's do more radiant pipe and see what happens. Yeah, to the viewer yesterday who said, use radiant pipe, you're 100% correct. 100%. I apologize for doubting you even a little bit. Hopefully that will fix the problems. If not, we'll change this room some more and see. What's the air temperature now? It is 4, and the plate is negative 45. I have no idea how the plate's so cold. But cool. King Pont, just bought the DLCs for Battle Brothers. Oh, they're awesome. They're really awesome. I hope you have a good time with them. The introduction of firearms to Battle Brothers is a little bit silly. But I've had so much fun with Battle Brothers throughout the years rather. It's a great game. Not good for streaming for me, but a good game. Okay, so if we're getting these suits made now, we then need to start working. We then need to start working on where they're going to put these suits on. I said earlier, right here seems good, and I think that is true. So I want to make a farm for the Sweetles to go in, just to make me more and more sucrose. This area seems nice. We may have to start pumping out gas. This area right here. Wait, why are you cut off? Because you're a little bit warmer. That's why you're cut off. So we could expand the cooling loop, I suppose. That's where the Sweetles used to live. It can basically go wherever. Like, there's no particular reason not to put it right here. That way the sugar is very close to the the kitchen. That seems good. Let's go ahead and dig out this slime. All this slime really is in fact slime. No slime fakery along. Yeah, so don't mark too much at once. Just get it out piece by piece by piece. And as it comes down, go and grab it. And mark it to sweep. And make it high priority to sweep it. And it's not thrown an errand yet. There is still space in our slime bucket. Yes, there is. Yes, there is indeed. Hey, Sally. Your cat likes it. Eric the cat likes it when the map holds still and you can watch the dupe farm. All right. For Eric the cat, behold, I give you dupes. I like to imagine the cat is now hitting at the screen, as mine occasionally does when I watch things that move around quickly. I never planted a plant here. Let's go ahead and move this lovely Bliss Burst, possibly. Or the 0.8 of the Buddy Bud seed. Hopefully they can plant the 0.87 seed and it rounds up to being useful. Yeah, back when my cats, when I came back from the monastery and my cats hadn't seen me for a month, they were kind of unsure about me. They were very excited to see me, but they also were a little bit worried that I did not love them because I'd left for a whole month. And to make them like me more, I put like bird song and moving birds on my laptop for a while, and they really enjoyed it. And I was absolutely terrified that they were going to destroy my laptop. Happily they did not, but it was definitely a real concern, real possibility. Hey, our very first spacesuit. Nice. If I just dig out here, then the Sweetles will fall down to here, which means they will interact with the grub fruit plant, and I don't want that at all. Don't want that. So we'll dig to the side here and try to get them into this room. Wait, what's this? Crude oil? Wait, where'd the crude oil come from? It's been here the whole time? We have just enough oil to do nothing with. Hey, Jim, thank you for the continuing subscription. That tier 2 sure is appreciated. 10 whole months. You've been hanging out here a long time. Really appreciate it, Jim. Thanks for being a consistent part of the community. I know when I push that go live button, I'm going to get a hello from Jim before too long. Thanks for being here. Klaus, yep, that was the monastery month when I left for a month and did not talk to any of my friends or family and learned what it was to be a monk. It was pretty cool. But the cats did not like it at all. I felt so bad abandoning the cats. In some measure, that was the absolute worst of it. Yeah, it was the absolute worst of it was being away from the cats. Because like I knew Noms knew what I was doing. And so we had agreed that if we didn't talk for a whole month, it was fine. And before I left, I set up some auto-sent emails for her that went out when I was gone for a week, when I was gone for 15 days, and so on. And she really appreciated those. But had we not talked at all, she would have been just fine. I couldn't explain to the cats, though, of course. So, hey, I do not exist either. Thank you for the subscription as well. It's been nice having you around. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you, thank you. And Noms was so surprised I left those messages for her. But I'm glad I did. Because I wanted to know I cared about her, even though it's off somewhat selfishly ignoring her. What's this robotic arm? I've not seen this before. I mean, I've seen it, but I didn't know it was actually anything. A grasping robotic claw designed to assist technicians in a lab. Okay, maybe all it actually does is look nice. Yeah, so it does give us a little bit more information about the place we are. Started a new job at Gravitas today. I'm nervous. Turns out they hired a bunch of new people. I guess they're expanding, and most of them are about my age, but I'm the only one who hasn't done my doctorate. They call me Mr. Kraus, and it's the worst. I have no idea where I'll find the time to do my PhD while working a full-time job. Yeah, definitely. So many of my grad school colleagues said, okay, I'm going to get a job and I'll finish my PhD. And so few of them actually pulled it off. It's very easy to imagine doing it. It's very hard to pull it off when in the daily grind of grading student papers and just being very tired. So, yeah. Poor Mr. Kraus. I wonder which of the dupes is Mr. All the rest are Dr. surely. Hopefully the Sweetles don't mind standing in crude oil. Yeah, we're definitely going to lock them in there in a moment here. To help with that, I can definitely wrangle them over. Well, as of right now, down here, yes. This is set up to drop off any and all Sweetles. I'm actually going to stop that for right now, so they don't get delivered here with the grub pile. So let a new one of you here just get moved over. Alright, and then we need to make our little oxygen suits. So what I'm planning to do is require dupes to hop from here to here, put the suits on, and then go up and up the rest of the way. That's a very long climb. So we'll find a way to make it faster eventually. Also, I don't yet have any fire pole here. A fire pole would surely help. On topic of Monastery Month, any thoughts of place I'd like to travel to next? Yeah, Nam's and I have been talking about that because so many of her colleagues who are Japanese regularly throughout the year go on vacation, right? And go check out new places and go relax in the mountains, etc., etc. So they ask her regularly, hey, where are you going on break? And for us so far, we don't exactly feel comfortable here. So usually our break time is just spent like hanging out and relaxing. So we've done a couple trips here in Japan so far, and we've talked about maybe going to New Zealand or any of the other places that are within fairly fast flight, which would have been so far away from the U.S. But right now with the war ongoing, the price of jet fuel is fairly expensive. And so we prefer not to spend too much money on these things. But then also, like, it's still a big vacation just walking through the streets of Tokyo. So I don't know. Is New Zealand fairly close by? It's in the correct hemisphere, so it's not super close. No, it's not anywhere near as close. Like Taiwan is a 2-hour flight. But yeah, New Zealand wanted to go to because there was a big conference there actually, and Nams was super interested in going to that conference, but it was very, very expensive. I think it was like, what, $4,000 round trip for both of us, which is not end of the world money, but is definitely a lot more we want to spend on a vacation. Especially a vacation where we'd go there and like have one day to look at the city we were in, and then the rest of it would be her going and talking about the ancients and so on. Exactly, Rukapi. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, we're such a lucky situation here. Like, we're so unbelievably lucky or privileged or whatever word you want to be able to, live on the other side of the world from where we started. And so areas that were totally inaccessible are now quite a bit closer. Of course, the other side of that is our friends will never come and visit us because it's too far away. So, how it goes. One Sweetle already found their way in there. Good job, Sweetle. Let's hurry up then and get them locked inside. You already on the way, Miwa? Sweetle escapage. No good, no good. I'll go put a floor line across here. And they'll put a ladder up a level, like so. I wonder if it makes sense to actually make a new line, perhaps this one right here, not lined up correctly, that will, yeah, that would allow my little dupernauts to not have to go up and around, but instead just go straight on up. And then we can also make a transportation tube here more easily than trying to work it through this thing. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Now, I do see a slight issue, which is this area will get warm eventually, and when it does, all of this will melt in terrible, terrible ways. So probably to avoid that being an issue is to make this area down here a water bucket of some sort. And so replace this with meshy tiles so the water drips through. And I guess I'll put a pump here just to keep the liquid under control after it drops through. And it'll be a variety of liquids, so we'll want to filter it and send it in all the directions. Or we could just pile it into here and hope we never need to use that liquid. Okay, I'm just going to set this up as something to be dealt with eventually. Just so as to remind me what I'm trying to do. We then need to have a place to get our suits on. And I'm making 3 initially, but I want to set it up so that as many as possible can fit in. That's too high. So, can it go like that? It can. Cool. And they'll need to make even more refined metal. More's getting pushed out already. Great, great. Make checkpoint last. Oh, good call. Thank you. Can't I just disable it, Sushi? So I think if we make it, we can then disable it, and people can walk past it. That's what I was planning to do. We'll see how it goes, but I absolutely agree. If you don't disable it, then any dupe who's on this side might struggle getting out. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Oh, does it have me to steal? Huh. I must have marked it on make it with steel. I prefer to save the steel, though. Yeah, all we have right now is steel. But as of now, they'll be working on the copper first, I believe. Have my transport also good? Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Totally accidental, but works very, very well. But yeah, if we're going to send people through into terrible new worlds, that's definitely the way to do it. I also recognize I should go ahead and make the pipe through here. And power also, I guess. Okay, so this wire's already pretty well loaded up. Yeah, I talked earlier about setting a different line up here to run all the shutoffs, and then probably also run the oxygen. And while we're talking about oxygen, we already have a gas pipe right here that'll run straight into the area above, and that will allow us to have plenty of oxygen going. Since I'm in Japan, happy Mar-10 Day. That's right, friends, happy Mario Day! March 10th. March 10th and May 4th, the greatest of all possible nerd holidays. Yeah, I actually don't know if the Nintendo store here does anything for March 10th. Because of course here we invert it, right? So it's 10 March, but I'll look on the Nintendo Japan page and see if we have a parade of Mario anywhere. Thanks for reminding me of that for sure. You've already told me the Itsumi Mario joke? You have. You like May the 4th be with you and Revenge of the 5th? I always forget about Revenge of the 5th. It's great. I do appreciate when different subcultures come up with these clever jokes that bind us all together. We have now released the Oxylite. For a while it was locked in there because I was afraid of the polluted oxygen here. Still a lot of digging to go. And then I'm also going to set up the fire pole down. And the fire pole will be above the Yeah, above the mesh tile also. I'm going to stay with the copper. So at some point, I'm probably going to wish that I had done things differently with fire poles and the use of metals. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. That one spot's unreachable. We'll get it out right now. I expect it's the case that a lot of players who do substantial digging out are much better than I am, but starting at the top and coming down. Pretty much every time I say, okay, I'm gonna dig us all out, and I start at the bottom, and then they can't reach where they're going. And let's go ahead and move this over as well. It'll be the rest of the way up to the surface. And then airlock goes there. Power that as well. Okay, in thinking about power, so I know we had excess power on this wire. We have about 500 left. I don't know how much power the auction stations require. Let's go and put one down and see what we got now. Stations. There we go. Not to backseat, but draining the gas from the pipe on the top left would be bad. Why? Like, I definitely grant that it's feeding to here, and that's good for keeping temperature lower and for keeping this room oxygenated. But I don't understand why it's bad necessarily. The very top. The very top. Okay, what am I missing? I think when you say very top, this is very top. I think it's as high as my gases go. The cooling loop. The cooling loop is not gases, it's liquid. If you're gonna partially backseat, feel free to backseat all the way. I don't understand what the issue is. Because the way I'm thinking of it is, this area is all just liquid. And so, yeah, I don't want to drain liquids. Oh, when you say the gas, you mean this gas here. You don't mean in the pipes. So I'm planning to have an airlock here, so it doesn't all go into space. Are you thinking that even this bit here will cause problems? Are you suggesting I should, like, just build a wall here? I'm sorry. Like, halfway back seating throws me off so much. Like, I actually do not know what you're talking about. So feel free to type out the rest, and that's cool. I think what you're saying is this. No air would cause no medium to transfer heat. No, I definitely agree with that. But there's still... Well, there's not a ton of gas, I guess. Not a ton of gas. We could force more up here. But is it that the airlock will let a little bit out? Okay. That's cool. That's cool. And I guess we put an airflow tile here just so more oxygen goes up. But the oxygen will be definitely a little bit warmer. Is there any other oxygen production up here? Like, any gas I pump into here right now is going to be warmer what's happening here. Probably want to have some hydrogen. Probably. We'll get that back blocked off. Sounds good. Thank you for the good assistance. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. I'm actually totally fine with making even very, very big mistakes. Because I believe that I can eventually fix them all. So I get if there were no gas here, it would cause no heat transfer. With no heat transfer, they would just be very hot. Would double airlocks save more oxygen? I assume so, especially if the airlocks were far enough apart that one definitely closes before the other one opens. We can do that too. We can definitely have an area here of Airlock number 1. That locks so. Gotta get rid of the ladder also. A liquid lock would lose no air. A liquid lock is a temptation of the devil. I've yet to intentionally build a liquid lock. I intend to keep it that way, but get behind me, Satan, and so on. Oh, you can't fully rotate this. I don't know why I thought you could. I was looking forward to getting the little power mouth of fear on the other side there. Would having liquid fill the hull that contains a cooling loop work? You can just use air. I think it's a case that both of them work. Like, as long as there's something there to allow heat exchange. But I believe gases work better than liquids. I believe. Okay. So... liquid locks are used IRL? Oh, really? I actually didn't know that. In what context is liquid lock used in the real world? I guess it's hard for me to think of cases where one tries to keep, like, gases fully separated or pressure separated in sewage. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know much about how sewage works other than I push the flush button and it flushes. In toilets. Huh. That's really cool. Yeah, I thought it was a totally video game thing, but yeah. Oh, and U-bends. Oh, right. So at like the bottom of the sink, there's this bendy thing, and there's liquid in there, and then gas on both sides. That's cool. Thank you for the helpful connection between our video game and the real world. No idea. Okay. So, what is going on here, and how did this happen? Okay, so polluted water. Was there a little pool of polluted water here I just missed? Because there's no way this melted yet, right? Even if polluted ice fell down, there's genuinely no way it would melt yet. So it must have been some polluted something somewhere that I removed without noticing it. Okay, it's a very small amount though, easily mopped up. Cool. It was really polluted ice from above. So unless it fell a very long time ago to right here, I'm a little surprised. Because this area is, 14 degrees, but polluted ice would be quite hot, quite cold for a long time. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? The Shadow knows. Liquid-based airlocks have been suggested for inhabiting the moon. That's so cool. Yeah, I can't imagine. I just don't know enough about how physics works and how much liquid's in here. It is moppable. So yeah, it's a very small amount that came out. And then some also did course over the side. So we go down, we can remove this. Yeah, I think if it were... Okay, too much liquid here. I was going to say if it were a larger piece of ice, it would have melted and been unmoppable, which this is. It's 216 kilograms. So I believe it's the case if I dig out one tile here, it will all then become moppable. Because I think you can mop at 200 kilograms. Is that a little gamey? Possibly. Possibly. I draw the line at liquid locks, but for the ability to remove random liquids, I'm all about the gaminess. Airlock number 1's been created. Number 2 coming very soon. And then we're going down to talk about power and such. Right, and for that I need to know how much power these things draw. Utility stations. So you go like so. And you require... It doesn't mention power here, because I think this is just a check-in point. It's a little sign on the wall that says, all workers must blah 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 before blah blah blahing. It's where they have those signs that no one reads about overtime and reporting harassment and so on. And then behind that, we've put the part that actually does require those. These require how much power? 120. Okay, that's actually not that terribly much. Eventually we'll need to have some different wire up here, but I can use the ones to here for right now. And so getting one more wire up there, it's actually not so bad. Actually not so bad at all. And then we'll check and see if we can add this pump as well. So straight up here? Nope. And then we could double bridge this, but these are no longer needed at all. So we'll remove each of those. Get rid of you and you. Oh, I can use Snip, can't I? Snip is so overpowered. Snip is so overpowered. Let's watch this. Glorious. We're going to come across one more here. I think that's the last crossing we need. One more. Oh. And then we get oxygen here. And so I'm not concerned about borrowing this oxygen. Okay, I don't have a filter on this gas pipeline, but yeah, all's ever going to come out is just oxygen, as long as the SPOMs don't fail somehow. Speaking of which, how hot is it getting in Spomville? Hey, that's pretty hot. Oh, but, the ones in this area are all made of gold. So as long as we get up to, what, 125 or 90 or something, we're fine. And it pops out at 75, so this room is no concern at all. And then these are, yeah, plenty cool, no problems. So the temperature of the brine water is increasing. It's up to, on this side, 2 degrees, on this side, -1. Eventually this will be a problem, but it's a problem to be solved in the future. Okay, do we have more of you being made? Nope. They're all future resorty problems. If you haven't figured that one out yet, every single one of the problems is a future resorty problem. I'm going to use this box here for holding on to, what's it called? Holding on to raw minerals. Thrill, thank you for putting the gold goals there. I want to keep an eye on when this goes dormant. It is still rising pressure. Overpressure and no dormancy. The other one down here was dormant at the end of stream yesterday. It is now not dormant. So at some point we'll deal with one or the other of those, I believe. And then we have down here various volcanoes, which, I don't know, blah, blah, blah turbines eventually. Volcano there, volcano there. Those are both minor volcanoes. And then here we have a normal non-minor volcano, and I have no idea what to do with that. Absolutely no idea. Did I plug that in already? Volcanoes are great for all sorts of things. I can't imagine. To be completely honest, I can't even imagine what they'd be good for. But I grant that I'm sure they're good for something. Did this section get mined out? It did. So it should be moppable now. Hey, it is. Cool. This liquid here is now, yeah, -53 still. -55, love it. The volcanoes are generating power harnessed properly. Yeah, I know something turbine, and that will be, we'll just see eventually. Why are you here? Wait, why on earth is there a liquid reservoir here? Alright, somebody who was here yesterday. Uh... I know I made this little bucket here in preparation for things will eventually melt, and I need to avoid that. However, I really have no idea why I put a reservoir there. Yeah, weird times, weird times. Okay, so how much power is currently on this line? 750. This requires another 120, I believe. Yes. So we could also add these two doors, knowing that's fairly unlikely to all be on at once, in part because the forge should never be on after the first three are made, and Airfed need to get repaired. So I think this is an okay combination. And if not, we can fix it later. Getting closer and closer to our first spacewalk. Oh, that said, with the way this is set up right now, it's entirely possible for a dupe to just climb up this side, not get a spacesuit, and go right out of space. So, well, I want to change that a little bit by putting a wall here, presumably. Or at least an airlock that's locked. Yeah, I'll make an airlock that's locked instead. Just like go on here as well. I should make all the floor in here non-meltable also. All getting done. All getting done. Mark all three of these to deliver suits now. How many suits do I have? 3. Yeah, they're there. All right. Make repair them forever. Awesome. Over here, what do we have? More medicine. Gonna make a hospital real soon. Oh! Wait, from this angle, I actually see the planet. So, I thought it was the case that in the DLC, you're no longer just outside the planet like in the main game. Wait, that's weird. wait a second. Is this an optical illusion? Is this a mirage of a planet? Where to go? No, where to go, really? Huh, it's gone now. I think we're alone now. The planet is gone. That was very strange. That's very, very strange. It's just one particular tile I saw before where the planet was there. Huh, cool. Oh, cool. Well, I thought there was no planet. I'm sorry, I scared away the planet. Very, very sad. I need to do a better job in the future of respecting the planet's desire not to be seen. Okay, this is not powered yet. Oh, these Sweetles are still tending this thing. Yeah, there's a reason I wanted to lock the Sweetles in here. So, critters, sweet hells, angle them both. So hopefully we'll stay as Sweetles. We then need to put some sulfur in here, and I realized I made a slight oopsie-doopsie in requiring auction suits to tend to the Sweetles. So we'll fix that by putting a little ladder here as well. So we can go on this side and feed the Sweetles. And that will give us more sucrose consistently. Cool. I marked a whole bunch more to construct, so I'm going to increase the construction level of the items that we are making along in here. Well, this one right here. That bit there too. What was this box for? Right, this box is just for various kinds of metal ore to get as much pulled up as possible. Okay, how is the loop operating now? Still not perfectly. Yeah, it's getting better, but still not perfect. So by the time it gets here, I'm really hoping that it just flows freely. And it is kind of sort of doing that. I'll only have to pause for a moment or so. What's the temperature look like throughout? It's still good and cold. The plate is 46 below. The oxygen's 15 or so. I wonder what would happen. I'm considering making a cooling loop for the cooling loop. Because I only have brine as a lower temperature liquid that doesn't immediately freeze. I really wonder what would happen if I just took the other cooling loop over here, which does get it down to only 20 right now. And I'm going to try to do 20, because this is the cooling loop for the base. But I wonder if I made yet another cooling loop over here, and all it did was take heat from here and put it over here. Definitely not a long-term solution by any means. Luckily, I have more and more cold biomes to destroy. The last little... Oh, you know what? So now with the auction thing here, they can't go past. So I'm going to disable it for right now so they can go past. And I'm also going to increase the priority of these buildings all the way so the Atmos suits get delivered first and foremost. Yeah, meanwhile's on the way now. That's good. I would just decide on a spice yet. No, my spice machine's kind of just been sitting there in the kitchen. It's actually disabled right now. So I don't think we need food that is... I don't think we need to... extended decomposition. We haven't really been having food go bad at all, I believe. Rocketeer Spice could be really cool, I guess, because I don't know what rocketry does yet, but if we build a rocket, it could be nice. Brawny Spice. I'm guessing I should use Brawny Spice all the way through, as carrying more stuff is awesome. And the Machinist Spice, better operating. Maybe that makes the refinery work faster, I'm not sure. But we're not making slime. We're not making water weed. The ones we could fairly easily make are... I guess the freshener spice, because we do have fairly consistent salt and some mealwood seeds. Fungal spores, we don't have a mushroom farm yet. We'll need to get that done eventually. So, no, to answer the question, I have no idea why I'm doing this. Surely real soon we'll figure it out. Suits arrived. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And now that we're borrowing oxygen from this side, it's not nearly as backed up as before. Oh, didn't I want to change how this works? Yeah, so this is not quite doing what it's supposed to be doing. Now it is. Because it was previously taking 50% or 100%, then 50%. And so I wanted it to be a little bit more generous because it's pumping everything out of there. Yeah, that's better. That's better. The filling is happening. Thinking we need more spam. I think we may need more spam. Complete backups on these oxygen lines to the oxygen mask there. Same thing down here. So we could try to take this pipe and run it way north also, but I think it's just better to leave it the way it is right now. I think it was just this initial packing that takes some time, and then past that we'll definitely do better. But we may need to add more oxygen production. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This says we have no copper ore. That can't be true. Can that be true? Can that in fact be true? Or is it saying because the Atmos suit checkpoints here, it's not available? I really thought with Zabel they'd walk past it, but let's find out. Hello, Dupe. I need some assistance. Any Dupe there is. Hello, Lindsay. Lindsay, please move to right there. So she can come up the backside, which means it is reachable, actually, factually. This needs to be full of sulfur, I think. Yes. Melting ice consumes a great deal of heat, so I turn my cooling loop into a pool. I can add ice to the pool for additional cooling. Oh, Thwomp, that's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. So what I could do is, like, expand this mesh tile line all the way along, and then just put ice down. We could automate that, couldn't we? We could automate it so, like, a temperature check, and then a line of the conveyor outputs that are full of ice. And then if the temperature gets too high, then dump more ice into the area. And we wouldn't even need to have sweepers, right? We wouldn't need to have sweepers at all, because the ice could just drop on the ground and be fine. That's a fun idea. That's definitely a fun idea. The only issue would then be, how do we get the ice into the machines? And we could have an ice-making automation room. Though I believe that the ice-making machine is a dupe job, correct? Doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it is. I think it's a hand crank on the side. Maybe it's a fan. They have to fill it manually. Okay, unfortunate. So it's not a sweeper can fill it for us. So what we could do, I guess, is dig out a huge pile of ice here and just like pile as much ice as possible into the room and leave an auto sweeper and hope the auto sweeper does not heat it up too much. I think I might love this idea. I might love this idea as a long-term improvement on this. What's this? It's carbon dioxide that's reaching negative 60 degrees. And so it's liquefying? Is that right? At negative 60? Unintentional carbon dioxide liquefaction. Oh, wow. It becomes a gas at negative 48. Cool. I had no idea. What's up, Volo? What's up, Secretera? Hello, hello. That's fun. I'm sure it'll cause problems eventually. For now, though, it's fun watching it phase shift back and forth forever. Oh, cool. I guess I'm curious to the other gases then. Like, at what temperature does oxygen phase shift? That's oxygen buildings. Oxygen gas liquefies at negative 183. Okay, so carbon dioxide is a much higher temperature. How about chlorine? I'm gonna look at all the heavy ones, I guess, and see. Chlorine liquefies at negative 34. Okay. So at this point, I'm thinking like the higher the atomic mass is, the closer to zero its liquefaction point is. I don't know. That's interesting. What other gases are relatively heavy in this game? So it's carbon dioxide, chlorine, polluted oxygen is next, I think. Polluted oxygen is at 183. So same as oxygen. Huh. Again, I'm coincidentally correct? What do you mean, coincidentally correct? Sounds like I know exactly what I'm talking about. Wait, do we really have no copper ore? Like, I was just joking about that, but it seems to be the case we actually factually have no copper ore at all. We really have no copper ore, because I've made it all into refined metal. Alright, it is time for us to go on a bit of an adventure and dig more and more things. Cool. Can liquid CO2 be mopped? Yes, any liquid can be mopped, I do believe. It's just a matter of, not having your dupes burned to death while you do that. Or I guess freeze to death. Is a way to plant things into rocks. Yeah, there's, what's it called? Peeps? Is that what they're called? They're adorable little creatures. Pips. They're called pips. Adorable little creatures that will try to bury seeds into raw rocks, or into farm tiles, for that matter. That's how it goes. Throw chlorine to this area and seal both sides. But chlorine would then liquidify. I don't know. It's actually possible to mop magma. You can make a mop job for it. Not on floor. Alright, unfortunately there's too much magma, so I can't do that. You're confused how an Easter candy got involved? I'm considering getting a mod that changes the names of all the pips into peeps, so I can be right about that one. Wow, this is still filling very, very slowly. Okay, so clearly it's the case. No oxygen. Oh, wait, the suits fill up first, correct? Can I click the suit itself? Alright, the suit has 200 kilograms inside. I think that's full. And so the body of the thing is... Yeah, the body of the thing is now filling slowly. Okay, it looks like... Well, no. For whatever reason, this one's filled up most so far. Oh, probably because this one was built last. I have a lot of oxygen in the tanks of shame. Oh, don't remind me of those. That's true. There's quite a bit of oxygen waiting here that we can deliver to the Northlands. Alright. So, good old tank of shame. Let's finally clean you on out. What we're going to do down here is create a filter that will let only the shameful stuff stay behind. And so green is in... No, white is in. Green's out. There it is. Okay. And so shameful things stay behind here. Fine. Goes in here, and then this borrows just oxygen. Now, if we throw oxygen to this pipeline here, it does not go where I want to go. We can instead throw it into this pipeline here, where it does go where I want to go. I went white to white, white to white. Oh, good eye, thank you. I always do that. Always do that. That's what you want. Thank you, Hippo Guy, for catching that. Okay, so jumpy thing here. Yeah, I tried with white to whites. I'd eventually figure out why it's not working, but it's very, very helpful to know right away I've missed it. Okay, so adding the oxygen here will actually slow it down from moving. Like, it'd be preferable to make a whole different line, but this is just a temporary inclusion, and so we don't need to worry about... Yeah, we don't need to worry at all about what's happening here. I'm going to get some power here as well. The filter filters just oxygen. I need a small amount of power. 120. Can you give me 120? It's currently not doing anything. Okay, because this is the forge line and the suit line. So this is just temporary. This will work just fine. Oh, I should stop using copper. Should I stop using copper? It's fine. Eventually we'll go around and remove extraneous wires. I could actually probably do some of that right now. Like, this thing here is doing nothing. We'll never do anything again. So we can go ahead and remove all the wires between here and here. Good stuff. Where else do I have extraneous wires? And I don't mean let's fix the spaghetti. I don't mean are these extraneous wires. I mean ones we're really not using anymore. Yeah, I do want to keep those there. So now that Buddy's lights have been turned on, I believe we can turn. Oh, he's outside. I've yet to see him outside. I've only seen him up here. So he's smiling with glee upon the lights. I can't take it off the power line now. Gotta leave it there forever and always. We have 11 tons of coal. So in the past day, we've burned through 20 tons of coal. Is that actually true? I think that's actually true. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So I noted a lot of coal down here. And I think there's a gigantic pile, yeah, right here. Can you cool liquids in the vacuum of space? No. So the vacuum of space, as a vacuum, has no medium for the exchange of temperatures. And so things that are hot in space stay hot. And if they work in space, they get even hotter. And that is something you have to learn as a new player, because golly gosh, it feels so bad when you get to space and say, yes, work my pretties, work. And everything explodes all at once. One of the more demoralizing things to happen on the stream. We actually don't need that. Okay. Hope it's clean coal. Please do not call the environmental inspectors. I have just really, really bad news for you about clean coal. Yeah, I think that my not understanding how space worked in the game is because of that kind of naive conception that space is cold. And like I said, I know it's naive conception. I'm sure it's like informed by Star Trek or something. But yeah, it made me pretty bummed when space was not cold in this game. Yeah, but I'm definitely happy to blame Jean-Luc Picard for that one. Little tiny bits of coal over there. Over here are a massive, massive pile. So this way as well. I know this is sand, so it will fall. Hey, what's this? What on earth is this thing? No, but really, what is this? Have I been able to see this so far and I just didn't notice it? Okay, I don't think I've ever seen this before. So number one, a first aid kit. Huh. Cool. Number two, a computer podium. A clutter-proof desk to minimize distractions. Huh. An anatomy poster. An anatomical illustration of the very first hatch ever produced. Hatches are not a evolved creature. Hatches are developed by some kind of intelligence. That's cool. While the ratio of egg sac to brain may appear outlandish, it is in fact to scale. Alright, so this is the in goes yum yums, out comes coal. That's the egg sac. Its eggs come out of its mouth? And that tiny yellow thing is not an eye. Nope, it's the brain. Or maybe that is the eye, and the thing behind is the brain. I love it. I love it. All right, so what is this thing? The Critter Fluxomatic. I've discovered an experiment designed to analyze the evolutionary dynamics of critter mutation. Once it's gathered enough data, it could prove extremely useful for genetic manipulation. Yeah, so when clicking on some of the wild animals, I've seen indications about mutations, and I had no idea what they were. So apparently this thing can unlock mutations? I do not know. I do not know what that means, but cool. Experimental DNA manipulator analyzes critters to transform base morphs into random variants of their species. Oh! Oh, does that mean... Does that mean Hatch goes in and, surprise, surprise, Sage Hatch comes out? Or are these not mutations? I think they're mutations. They're morphs. I don't know if morph and mutant is the same thing. Like a question for Dr. X. Mr. X? Professor X. There we go. I knew I was wrong with Dr. X. Good old Mr. X. Cool. So Draco goes in, plastic Draco comes out. Awesome. We'll have to find a way down there eventually. That's cool, though. Did the shame bucket start pumping? It has not yet. Because this one spot is not quite finished yet. It's job one. That'll get done soon. The gas pump out. It'll be glorious. Alright. New log entry. The same thing about how genetic manipulation works. Cool. You have to scan 5 unique critters of the machine first. Blue Link, let me solve these things myself, please. Especially with new story events or story additions. Please, oh please, let me try stuff. But thank you for telling me how it works. But yeah, especially things that are brand new to the game, I would love to figure them out for myself. But yeah, cool. Like, I don't know who the hobo is, or not hobo, sorry. I don't know who the hermit is. And I appreciate not knowing for the time being. Put a dupe in and see what happens. Get a meep. Make all the meeps. So we still have quite a bit of carbon dioxide and hydrogen here, but oxygen is gradually getting out. This side has 76 kilograms of oxygen. This size has 114 kilograms. Cool. With that done, how is this area looking? Yep. The suit is still charging. Oh, is the suit 200 kilograms itself? Okay, so I read this as Atmos suit has 200 kilograms of oxygen inside, but no. It has 69 kilograms of oxygen inside of the suit. And so I need to fill the suit entirely, and then it can fill the dock also. So it is going very slowly. Very slowly. That's good. Hello, Geo. How's it going, my friend? Kibbs, you watched hundreds of hours of Oni. You have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I think if you're not watching it every single moment all the way through, like you're not keeping a very, very close eye on like, okay, why has this been built right here? It's then hard to see why the next thing's been built. Why is my cooling line totally empty? Because this is not the cooling line. This is the polluted water line. That's, oh gosh, I'm so lost right now. All right, this is, oh boy. It is the cooling line. It actually factually is the cooling line. Oh, so the cooling line has a lot less brine in it than I think it should have. So it's to here. And then where is the next bolus of brine? Here. So there is a big old gap in the middle. Let's see what the temperatures are doing. I mean, they're still nice and friendly. Still nice and friendly. No problems at all. But you know. Okay. We don't necessarily need to increase our oxygen production in the base if we're willing to just wait for this to finish. We could also just cut this line for right now until these pack up fully. And I'm going to do that. My apologies to anybody who wants to breathe, but, you know, we got things to fill. And I'm hoping after these are filled entirely that we can just plug it back in and it'll be okay. So now, two full... Is that two? Yeah. 2 full SPOMs and the excess are all being pumped in straight into the auction tanks here. That should be good. Let's make sure we need to check back on that in a little bit. All right, there are no jobs here now. Let's go ahead and make some steel and some iron ore. I want to mark more copper to get dug out as well. Are you copper? You're sulfur. I might be losing half the O2 to the vent below the docks. Oh, the docks. The docks. Sorry. Docks are here. Oh, this one here. Yeah, I cut that. So, for a while, this was pretty well backed up. It is filling this from the oxygen, and then it's flowing down this way. It's what keeping this part oxygenated. On the right. Oh, this one. Yeah, so half tries to pump out here, but as you see, it is overpressure at times, but it is still taking half of it. So we'll turn you off also. Nobody gets in the way. Oh, power outage. Oh, power outage. Nobody gets in the way of filling those tanks. So why power outage here? Oh, you know what? When I did the random snipping, what do you want to bet I snipped a wire? I always forget that you snip wires as well as what you intend to snip. But let's follow it and see. So down this way, fine. Ah! Okay, never mind. I didn't snip anything. 0 joules to here. Huh. That's no good. So this one's fully electrified. This one's 0. The battery has power. Alright, I must have snipped something. Let's follow from here carefully. I think it says 0 joules because nothing is being demanded from it. Okay, I'm not going to go that way. I'm just going to follow... Well... So any of these would be powered. Okay, it's back on again. It might be possible we have too much draw going for the battery setup we have right now. Okay, they're all back up to 1,000 again, so I'm guessing it's something on this side of things. Yeah, so when everything is on, the batteries run out entirely, and these are just pumping and hoping for the best. So I'm at a second battery. I don't think this will necessarily help at all. I'd prefer not to add additional coal generators because we are heading towards out of coal. We're getting more and more through the hatches, but it's not guaranteed we'll get enough. So we need to start thinking about, not right now, but at some point in the next day or so, getting our other power producing ways up and going. Maybe even a turbine. This has gone down. This has gone down and there are thousands of germs in the water. No, what did I change? What did I change? Oh no. My chlorine room was working perfectly until I tried to get the carbon dioxide out. What do you want to bet I changed something by connecting 2 wires together or... Oh, that's unfortunate. That's real unfortunate. How much extra power can Spawn give? Not a ton, unfortunately. Oh, this is not nice. Okay, so the question is very much, what's going wrong here now? There's definitely water back up here. So part of what the issue may be is previously I was pumping a ton of water into here from this side. And I was very excited that we weren't doing any more of that. But it also means, just generally speaking, there's less water coming through. That, though, would not explain the huge germ issue. And so there is something wrong with the room, independent of what's coming through. So let's start at the end here. This is about to cycle on. Awesome. When it cycles on, there's 624 kilograms in here that are germ-free. That's fine. This is off correctly. It's probably when I trot the floor. Yeah. I wonder if the reservoirs were not able to be cleansed. I don't know what making an X. Not able to be cleansed when they didn't have a floor. I knew they couldn't take any liquid in or go out maybe, but I assume they were still being cleaned by chlorine. But that may be exactly it. Is they stopped pumping out, or they started pumping out with water that was not yet dechlorinated. Interesting. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm worried I crossed some automation wire, but I don't think I did. No, the automation wires are all still segregated correctly. Yeah, it must when I removed the flooring. Things got weird for a little bit. Now, like I said a bit ago, there's an independent problem with the germ problem. The germ problem will get resolved eventually, I think. He'll be not adding any more germs, and they are gradually dying. Have fun with the food poisoning for a little bit. This, though, has run down. So I need to introduce more water to the system, and sieving this out is probably the way to do it. It's completely germ-free. Other than that little bit of slime lung there, but don't you worry, it's not going to get into the water. And it's 36 degrees, so it is slightly warmer than we'd like it to be. I could run a brine cooling pipe through there just to cool it down once. Or I can run it through a cold biome, either way, and then just sieve it in. This is the reason I want to get this area functional, but it's still on, unfortunately. We could just pump this water into here, where it will get sieved out eventually. Yeah, I'm going to use temp shift plates. I'm going to make some... Am I? I was going to say initially temp shift plates in this just to cool it, but probably better just to throw bits of ice in throughout. And then we'll pump it out after that. But it is time for us to move this down once again. First time in a long time. We last had to move it about cycle 100 or so. We've had things largely under control between now and then. Okay. So I make a couple storage bins along here. And each of them I'm going to have some ice put into. Not a giant pile, but just a little bit. And then I will also do a few temp shift plates, which I know is wasting cooling, but it allows to hurry in the direction of making this pumpable. That's utility. Also, I think we may have some... We may have some ice just sitting here. Yeah, we have 20 tons of ice sitting inside there already. So we can drop it down here also. So I'll make yet another bucket to move the ice in. What do we get here? We got a sweet larva. Or Travaldo's Standing Firm. Or Ashcan. Wait, why are you holding your arm like that? What's that mean, Travaldo? Is your arm broken and you don't want to show anybody? Very good doctor. Eats all the food, though. Steve the cook. Irritable bowel. We'll take the Sweetle. I'm sorry, dupes. You're all precious to me. Eventually we'll have more dupes from more places. We'll send them off to other fine asteroids, but probably get all this crude oil cleaned up at some point. Is more crude oil coming in? Like, is crude oil... Wait. Why is there crude oil here and here? I'm relatively sure I would have noticed crude oil pools in these places, but maybe not. Maybe there's crude oil inside of a wall or something I dug in thinking it was chocolate? I have no idea where it came from. I like to imagine it's coming through the teleporter. To drop Sweetle larvae here also. Delighted to see this is mostly full now. Spilled left from above. So, there's no oil biome here, so I shouldn't have any crude oil. I think. Yeah, I don't quite know where crude oil comes from other than the oil biome. We'll remove the pitcher pump here. We'll add a new one right now. So each of these boxes I want to put in, I don't know, 1,000 kilograms. Much lighter amount than that gigantic ton pile. And make that of, not ore, liquefiables rather. Standard ice, cool. Highest priority, so goes this one first. Slicks make crude? I haven't seen slicks yet, but yeah. No, the Sweetles only make sugar. Speaking of animals, crowded little space here. Goodbye, hatchlings. Barbecue once more. Not producing enough oxygen. We're also not pumping oxygen in. That's the wrong button. We're still fine on oxygen, despite the fact we're not pumping any into the base right now from the above area. Okay, these are all full of ice now. So I want to turn that off. The ice drops on the ground then. Okay, negative 49 degrees. 31 degrees around. We'll see how it changes. Temperature shift plates are going in also very, very, very slowly. And then, as I said, we want to pump from here to there. What are you? What are you doing there, little pipe? Okay, this is only priority 7, so any ice we want comes out of here. For some reason, my ice just sitting there, just hanging out. It might be because I removed the priority on this one, and it hadn't gotten dropped yet. In this area, it's down to 33 degrees. Up this way. Cross here. Make with the bridging. Okay, while that's getting worked on, I believe it's time to cut or reattach these pipes. We don't need all the gas in the world anymore. So, attach there, and attach there. That's the wrong kind of pipe. And then, we're going to leave this closed right now. I may open it a little later and see what happens. Okay, we got to seal this up so that people are not able to avoid the little zone there. Hopping through. Other thing to do, of course, is just to remove this section. And they can't hop over at all.
Both of those get removed. That's fine. Okay, then up top we want to make a... I already have that. We'll lock this also. And I think it's time, my friends. I think it's time for us to go out here for the first time in this playthrough. And I think it'll probably just be flat, hilly boringness, but it's going to be fun to see. Out there, I do want to make my rocket platform. We need 800 refined metal for that one. Allows rockets to launch from or land on the host planetoid. Links up to rocket ports built to either side of the platform. Cool. And then the telescope. So I know the old telescope needed to have a what's it called? Like a glass bubble around it that was full of oxygen. Oh, the telescope needs to be in a science building? I know about laboratories. I don't know about science buildings. Oh, it is a science building, right? Building is the word for constructed little usable machine. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it and see what happens. Wait. Just remembered. They can go up and around this way still. So I want to lock this as well. Oh, gotta turn this on also. Glad I'm noticing all the things I've done wrong. We stop that dig for right now until everything is fixed. Alright, one machine on. So they can go take care of the Sweetles from here. That's fine. The Sweetles can't escape. There are no plants for it to engage with. Awesome. This is online now also. Alright, so with that done, let's go dig this out for the first time. And if I don't dig that part out, I can stand here, hop here. What am I doing? Pushing all the buttons. I believe they can climb out of that for now. It's 2, yeah. And they'll increase the ladder and the fire pole, so I suspect. Is it going to work correctly? Is there a job sent? Abe is on the way. Hello, Abe. Hello, Abe. Space suit equipped. Abe's grand ascent. It's very early morning. I do not know when Abe sleeps. Oh, actually, I'm not sure you can climb on top of the door. That requires a kind of hop you can't do. There you go, my friends. I give you space. 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 And very nicely, this tiny little bit of background here is holding the oxygen for a little bit. It's not immediately going away. Cool. Cool. Delighted to see that we didn't all die immediately on going to space. If you dig a space without special doors, it immediately vacuums the base. So not instantaneously, it doesn't suck out all the gas, but yeah, it will suck out gas more quickly with no airlock, yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. They can make that hop, yes. All right. Should we go explore the surface first? And be very, very disappointed? Alert! Surface breach. Amazing! My duplicates have managed to breach the surface of our rocky prison. I should be careful. Region's extremely inhospitable and I could easily lose resources to the vacuum of space. Listen to the music of space. Space! Thank you, Mark. Thank you for the congrats. I appreciate that. Very, very happy. Alright, so little buddy Abe or someone, I'm going to give you a job to go mine way over there. It's unreachable, okay. So I have to give them a path over to that. Alright, so they can definitely climb this once that's made. And then that might be why it's unreachable. Yeah, they can make it through all that once the ladder's built. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Let's talk then about the telescope thing. So because they're no longer regolith nonsense. Okay, the telescope is going to have the kind of problem that we've had last time we played this before the DLC. So the telescope does throw heat. It does not throw a lot of heat, but it does throw heat, which means it will gradually heat up and eventually destroy itself. So we gotta find some way to cool around it. And just putting a brine line past it will not do that. Because there's no medium to transfer. So I know you can like drip liquids. I've never done that successfully. Hey, Emu, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Don't lose the bits to the vacuum of space. I'll be sure to keep them way, 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 way down. The planet returns. The planet is gone. The Romulans have developed cloaking technology for an entire planet somehow. Alright, here someone goes. Our first ever explorer on the surface. I wanted to dig out this copper, but not quite yet. Oh, isn't it the case that if they need to use the bathroom, they will use the bathroom inside of their little suits? It's pretty gross. Colony achievement earned. What do we get? What do we get? Pulling back the veil. Reveal 80% of the map by exploring outside the starting biome. Ooh. Well, this is bad. Aw. Alright. So, if this machine is not running, then the liquid just pools, and it pools all the way back to here, I think. And if it pulls all the way back to here, it just gets colder and colder and colder and colder until it breaks the pipes, rather than continuing along. So I think we want to throw a reservoir somewhere, just to have a safe place for the brine to go. And I think that's why I made this here, but then I got confused on why it was there. Or no, I made one up here. It's why I made this one here, actually. As like a safe, cold place to go hang out, just in case. So, let's do that now. I don't think I can bridge into a door, can I? Let's see. Oh, you can't bridge into a door. Didn't realize you could do that. Thank goodness. Maybe you can't bridge the other way. Yeah, you can't do that. Cool. Hey, K-Shot. If I'm willing to run my brine line up to the vacuum, look at new conduction panel. Oh, there's a new thing. Thank you. Yeah, because like I said, I think I have to do like some sort of nonsense with like drip some liquid, which I've seen at some point, or get some gases. K-Shot, I appreciate that. We'll look in just one sec. Alright, so insulated pipe goes into the in. Good old into the in. And then insulated pipe comes out of the out. And then it hops back this direction. As right now, this area is unreachable intentionally. I'll fix that in a moment. Conduction panel under plumbing. Carries liquids, allowing extreme temperature exchange with overlapping buildings. Can function in a vacuum. Ah! A-Shot, thank you. That's exactly what I need for this. Can transfer heat effectively even if no liquid's passing through. So you just need to send something through regularly enough to pick up some of the heat to avoid the telescope overheating. Cool. Cool. That's actually a really cool building. I'm glad that exists now. What's this? Someone buried here? We've reached roughly the edge of the map. I'm going to go ahead and mark one more area to dig out over here, just so we see the very edge of the map. And I'll do the exact same thing over this way. Oops. Instead. They're both saying unreachable right now. This not reached yet, but it is reachable. Okay, so how's our Brian Pit looking? Brian Pit's at +9. Is more coming in still? Yes, we have 30 more cycles until it turns off. The reason it's warming is we're having a constant introduction of heat from these two rooms. I need some cooler for my cooler. But this thing, as of right now, is only pumping brine in this direction. This pipeline's been cut off, and that pipeline fills this thing, which could eventually fill over here. Considering turning this thing around to take all the brine out of it and take it back home, it is 9 degrees right now, though. So as long as I keep the telescope under... It's made with gold. Some relatively high temperature will be fine. Yeah, let's go and make a telescope and see what we find. Made out of gold. Oh, it's made out of steel also. So if it's made out of steel, it's plus 200 degrees of overheat and high thermal conductivity. So presumably that will dump the heat very, very quickly to the conduction panel. Cool. I want to throw it in the highest peak over here. It probably is a bit of a waste of, walking. That seems nice. And yeah, they can use it now wearing the little spacesuits instead of needing the bubble there. Do buildings give off heat via contact here? Like, will the abyssalite pick up some heat from this machine? Because I know the abyssalite picks up temperatures from next door. Like here, this is cold because of the ice. And this is hot because of this nonsense, and so on. They don't in a vacuum. Okay. Yeah, I guess what I wasn't sure about is, like, okay, this does say space exposure. So if I dig down here and put it against the abyssalite that does not say space exposure, would it exchange here? Because while the machine is in the vacuum then, the floor it's on is not in the vacuum. Or is the question just, is the machine in the vacuum? Whichever way. Not really. Abyssalite's a very bad conductor. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, actually, I did know that. I did know that. That's why it protects biomes. Yeah. If it's a vacuum, it will not work full stop. So I agree. The question is, yeah, I realize I'm being like slightly insistent on this. How do I explain what I'm trying to explain? At the very touching point between the building, does it count as being in the vacuum tile or in the non-vacuum tile, or both or neither? I need help with what is the color of the line. It's fine. I'm sure it'll work just fine. No concerns. So conduction thing, probably made out of literally whatever is fine. So sure. Input, output, whatever. And then temperatures. I don't think it actually matters what kind of pipe we use. I think that's right. And I'm going to go ahead and run it up this one and then seal it back up again so no one can go out this way. But I want to leave this tube open for eventual spaceship fun over there, maybe. So from the top, we're going to dig in. Abe, why are you harmed? Soggy feet. Abe, where's the soggy feet coming from? Okay, there's no soggy feet up to there. It must have been on some other job somewhere else. And I know there's like soggy feet crude oil in the middle. Which I should probably clean up for the future, I guess. It'll go in a little canister for us to get eventually. If the building contains an area above the thing it's standing on, the area will be a vacuum. Okay. If I don't use insulated pipe, the watering up here will freeze and break the pipe if it ever stops moving. Are you thinking of that because this area is very cold? But I get what you mean about if it ever stops moving, got problems. For sure, for sure, for sure. Oh, poor Abe. Yeah, I definitely asked you to make that and then forgot what it would do to you. Sorry, buddy. Where are you going? Do you have materials to actually make this? I was going for a little walk. Current errand. Having an idle. Going for a walk on the surface. Their up here is very cold. It definitely is. It definitely is. We just need to make sure that the circuit is moving consistently then. And that definitely makes sense. I guess I could use this exact same cooling loop here that I'm using to cool the base right now. It'll lower the temperature to 20 degrees. Now, like I said, this does not produce that much heat, and it will only overheat at 275, so I don't think there's that much water movement. Is someone on the way to make this? If not, I've got to save Aaron. Stinky's on the way! Come along, Stinky! Save your friend! Abe's doing just fine. Yeah, I guess the question of insulated tiles versus non-insulated tiles is not a huge question. But I'll go ahead and do this. Igneous rock, though, is slow heating. Well, that's fine, though. It's fine if it's slow heating, so long as this part does the necessary temperature exchange. Alright, so this is the outside, and the outside needs to go back into the base. I'll do the inside first, because I don't want to screw this up. Can I make a block step over? He definitely could. Yeah, he definitely could. Actually, no, he can't, because you can't build with Abyssalite. So we'd need to find something else to build with. But he also could just dig down, and that'll work fine. Alright, in pipe, in pipe, in pipe. Eventually we may put flooring up here. It'd be a lot faster than our poor dudes having to climb on up. Okay, and then out pipe. Okay, if we borrow additional brine from here, we'll need to pack in more brine. I think that's fine. So as long as there's no pull in this direction, this pipe just will not work. It just will not do anything at all. Like I said, we'll connect from upstairs. Okay, and then the out pipe goes out on go. Use conduction panel on an auto sweeper and load in a vacuum box. Wow. I've never had a vacuum box at all. I've tried making a vacuum at one point, and I couldn't quite get it to work because I had to keep opening it back up. I think it was to make a turbine. Yeah. I've never had a working turbine. Maybe today. When I say today, I mean this playthrough. So these two are actually on the exact opposite sides of where I want them. So, can I fix this problem with bridges, bridges, bridges? Of course we can. And this is running down, yes. So you are the L1, good. Perfection. Perfection. I want to run this all the way down to here, to be honest. We'll probably have to put some additional ways to get around up here. And we're going through Abyss Light here. I prefer not to. Especially that little bit there. No worries. I don't want to build those quite yet. We don't really need this door. It's just providing the ability from the hop past for right now. Cool. And how much power do you need? Only 120. Do I have 120 power somewhere nearby? This one's already overloaded, or possibly overloading, but the doors don't open all that often. Surely the doors don't open that often. And the one over here is close to overload as well. I believe it is time for us to run yet another power line to the stars. Also, we now have this thing set up to ensure the place for overload to live. It's going in a circle. That's fun. Yeah, so the bridge thing doesn't exactly work the way I thought it would, unfortunately. Yeah, because it's 50-50ing here and sending some back. I guess that's nice. Who doesn't mind that? Let's change it later. That's the third time I said this won't overload if I add something 2 on the same line. Apparently it hasn't overloaded yet. The issue though here is I just need to put some jobs here. That will surely help us. And then it moves. But what I need to do is make sure that if this is backed up, then okay, it's actually okay, right? Because this stuff will never, ever, ever overheat. It's just the stuff in the radiant pipe. So as long as the radiant pipe is being cleared, which is happening here, I think we're okay. I'm going to unlock this so that our dupes can go over here and repair this stuff. Hope for the last time ever. We'll see. Hey, Darks, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for hanging out with us on this lovely Japanese Friday, American Thursday, whatever day it is. Hope it's a good time for you. I am going to go ahead and pump a little bit more grind into here for now. Just 'cause I'm noticing a bunch of excess. And now because of this thing being here, there really is a possibility of putting too much brine in and it just sit there. It was not the end of the world, but we'll see how this goes. Come back in a moment. And then. Someone exposed the void of space. Someone decided he did not want oxygen in his base. Yeah. So this tile here is not void of space. Even though it appears to be. I think that's okay. It's just this area here we need to fix. And that is, in fact, a very important job. I will not push the Wii U, but it's okay. Also, this is unreachable to dig. Is it? Yeah, it is unreachable. And yeah, we have exposed the cold biome, so we'll fix that straight away. Like so. There is a bridge here, which will insist that we don't have any liquid from here coming up, and just go in instead. Nice. Okay, let's think about a place where we're able to run additional power up top, because I can't put any more on either of those. This line right here is possible, and as you see, we have the big wire up here, so we could just throw a transformer in here and run it up from there. And I think that'll work beautifully. So far, all the transformers have been at the very bottom of the base, and I kind of want to continue that. So we could throw a transformer right in here still, and then, I don't know, bridge it through the middle of the base. But no, I think I'm okay with adding one more here. We'll need to be somewhat careful that the transformer does not overheat. And so I'll use gold to make sure it's less likely to happen. Oh, that's really ugly. That's really, really ugly. Oh, you know what? I could actually just put it up here instead. Now, polluted water, no good. We'll get that cleared up. Hello, Ink. You've been listening while you're playing Icarus Mission, suddenly I have oxygen problems? I think actually we're fine on oxygen. We had a slight moment of oxygen escape, but no, this base has been good on oxygen. Now, that said, did I reattach this pipe to the rest of the base? I did. So we do have oxygen being shared throughout the base still. No worries at all. We can bring up our beautiful oxygen page and see, behold, behold. Less behold, but some beholding at least. Earlier we dumped some ice in here. The temperature is still 30-some degrees, unfortunately, and the ice has fully dissipated. So it's time for us to add in additional ice on each of these. And we'll dump it again. Oh, I wonder if the ice actually stayed here, or if instead it was stolen back to this storage bin here. So I'm going to lower how much ice is allowed and hope it gets moved out. See how it works. And then while we're thinking about ice introduction, more ice temp shift plates. That's brine ice, normal ice. $29 over here. So the temperature is going down, just kind of slowly. This is already full, so we'll dump it out again. Alright, so yes, it appears to be void of space. It is not the void of space. We're fine. We'll want to put another door or perhaps even a wall on this side, just to ensure when we dig this out there are no problems. So, tile like there and there. Yeah, the slow and steady process up here looks good. Now, did we dig out on both sides? We did. Okay, over here, a bunch of nice copper for us. Nice, relatively flat area also. What's this? What's this? It says it's a vacuum, but something appears to be buried there. If I dig out that, they can still get there. Aw. I wonder what that is. I want to believe it's a new DLC edition, though I fully recognize it's probably nothing. It's probably absolutely nothing. I'll be very disappointed very, very soon, but somebody on the way right away. Hey, here comes Bonnie to see you. It's aliens? It might be aliens. I'm always ready to see the aliens if necessary. Oh goodness, this tile is 44 degrees. I made it out of igneous rock, and so it is definitely quite warm in that area. It's gonna heat this up a little bit, but that's okay. It's providing friendship for our volcano there. The brine line is still not loading there. Speaking of brine lines loading, how is this one looking? Ah, completely backed up. Good, 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 good. All right. We've introduced a fair amount more. I think it'll be fine if we cut it right there. We'll look again in a little bit and see what happens. That should ensure that this area does not back up too much. Here to the brine's overcooling now. We'll need to perhaps remove some of these, or put in even more checks. The oxygen here is now fully breathable. That's because Why is that? How is oxygen actually getting there? I know I opened the gate. Yeah, I guess it's just that a tremendous oxygen is coming up this way and going on over. That's good. Did it get dug out? It did. And oh, you know what? So in the same way I was excited to see the edge of space here, it is the edge of not space. There's wall there. It's just the background. Weird stuff, fun, fun, fun. Prioritize getting these finished. What's that? Do you see it? Gone again. Anyone know why this is showing up? Like, is this a common bug? Did the developers like reuse the basic space from the main game until you actually go to space? At which point, what? Or maybe we're gonna get an event eventually that explains what is happening there. No idea. First time you've seen it? Oh boy. Maybe this is obvious evidence I hacked the game. Must be, must be, must be. Yeah, by comparison to the base game, space is downright placid. Like, it's a friendly and happy place to be. That's pretty swell. Alright, if I want to make the rocket platform, we need 800 metal. And I'm going to make it out of steel, just because I know that... yeah, just because I know the rocket explosion makes so much heat, anything we do to help with that would be good. And I don't know if the heat's going to go through the abyssalite and melt absolutely all of this in a single blast. Okay, this backflow is causing a slight problem. Because it is freezing up the circuit. Even after it's green here, it's just not be able to run it forward quite as fast. So I like the idea of the bridging back across, but it needs to be done slightly differently. So for the moment, I guess remove that. And we could go in farther down here, I guess. What madness is this? This madness is meant to... allegedly, this madness is meant to have a place for the brine to go, so it doesn't freeze in the pipes over here if the pipe is fully backed up. It's working okay. It's just I need to fix a little bit so it flows down correctly. So maybe it's not quite so close to be good. Or better yet, I have an idea. So we bridge here instead, and then have a bridge down here. That will insist that the liquids all go this way. I think that'll be more better. Yeah, looks good. Okay, it's more pipe to there. Oh, bridges are greedy though. Because this bridge will take all of it can. So it's not just a matter then of... Okay, it's not just a matter then of the line down is overflowing, so it goes this way. It's instead taking absolutely everything. So what I want to do then is... what I want to do is actually have a bridge going this way. So this moves up to here, and then bridge across here, so we can straight line through left to right. I think that will work. I think this will work. Feel free to express your doubts now, but I've got a sense this will work. Because the greedy bridge will then attempt to take as much as it possibly can. What madness is this? This is the best of madness. This is definitely going to work out. Oh, friends. Oh, dear sweet friends. I hope you're having fun watching me figure stuff out. If you expect perfection, you're probably not going to see it. Okay, we can get rid of this one also. And we want to straight line through this way. And then if we put a bridge here, the bridge will be greedy. Okay, we need to cut that part. No, cut this part. That's right. And this part too. Okay, and then we want to reattach like so. Good. And then bridge this way. Go to that one's removed first. Good. Why can't it be built there? Okay, how about now? How about now? Okay, so bridge like so, then attach, and then I get to yell behold repeatedly, I believe. I think it will do what I want it to do, which say fill this way entirely, and if it can't be filled, it'll go this way instead. Now, the only slight issue is... The only slight issue then is... okay, that's fine. So far in this direction it's working correctly. I'm not sure what liquid coming out here was going to happen. Behold! Behold? Behold! We can't look at it too directly because it gets confused if we look at it. But it is working just fine, thank you. Never look at it again. Oh, Bonnie, you stuck there? I think Bonnie's stuck there so this tile gets made. Look at that, number one. I think it's working just fine. Just fine. Okay. Hello to you, water. Gotta figure out where the water's coming from. Yeah. Oh, we dump more ice down into this pool also. Let's go ahead and dump it again. Temperature as right now is 28. We'll check in a little bit. Let's also add some more delightful temp shift plates. Nice. Nice. Great. See who's available for us today. Hello, everyone. Hello, Muckroot. This part has been very, very, very slow going. And part of it is just like such a ridiculously long climb. But like I said, I'm not making plastic until we've blasted off. So Bonnie got stuck here. And she's now made a mess in her super suit. And she's just lost 10 rads. Does urine work as a way of removing rats? Yeah, she's soiled her suit. That's awful. Now she's sleeping in it. It's sloshing around her body. That's pretty rough. That's pretty rough indeed. So I asked for this to get made straight away. And someone really is on the way to do it. So luckily Bonnie has her super suit on, so we'll be okay. Slosh, slosh, slosh. Oh! That might be where the liquid came from. Bonnie is sleeping again. You're fine, Bonnie. Don't you worry. The liquid may have come from someone unloading, making a mess. We didn't get any Papas made a mess, though, so I don't know. Yeah, 3 suits may be too few. Might need to have one for every single dupe so they can get up here. Bonnie's just hanging out, though. Wishing she brought a book, I'm sure. Doing some pull-ups. Feels good, feels good. Also, I don't have a lip here, so it's possible that any liquid we get will dump on down. And that's gross. That's really, really gross. No germs in here, correct? Yeah, still no germs in there. Good. Bonnie, have you been saved? Okay. So, because it's being made of sandstone, Bonnie can't make it herself. What stones do you have nearby, Bonnie? Abyssalite you can't build with. Coal. Igneous rock. All right, Bonnie, we're going to save ourselves. Here we go, Bonnie. Here she comes. Yeah, I could have done that right away. I really assumed that other dupes would get it done, but the climbing may just be too long, too far. Go, Bonnie, go! Oh, slow going, Bonnie. Slow going. Oh, mopping first. That's very sweet of you. Apparently she's higher on tidying than she's on building. Glorious. Now you can escape, right? What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing, Bonnie? What are you doing? Oh, taking things with her to store. Good job, Bonnie. Good job. Alright, no more problems. All good, all good, all good. Step by step, they're bringing things up. So what we could do is have dupes get a bunch of igneous rock and put it in a box next to this area. Because it is possible our dupes are having to go all the way down and around to get igneous rock from here. Now, I know there is some in here also, but I don't know. It's getting done. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Let's work on the business with the power now. We talked before about maybe just adding a transformer in this room. I then decided it looked ugly. I then said, how about we just put it up here in Bonnieville? I agree with that. Bonnieville seems nice, so. It's right there. We then want to run a giant one here. Destroy this wall. And little friendly wire go this way. Need a sign called Bonnieville. Remember, it's called Bonnieville. That's right. No bad reviews. We told Bonnie if she wrote a negative review on Yelp, on Dupe Yelp, we would definitely not allow her to ever get out. Why do I run this up here? Oh, right. This is to run the telescope. Yeah. Glorious. Actually. Like that. And like that. Out we go. That's not a real door. We can ignore it. Every time I mention Bonneville, I want to say like Bon Iver? Bon Iver? I don't know how it's said. I like his music, most notably the song he did with Taylor Swift. But I don't know how to say his name. It's a Justin somebody. Not Justin Roiland, but Justin somebody for sure. Where is this crude oil coming from? Okay, maybe I only clean up the crude oil on this floor and not on the floor above. If after removing this crude oil, there's any more, I'm going to announce it is coming through the teleporter. Yeah, Slicksters do make it. These are not Slicksters, they're Sweetles. I think. Did I accidentally bring a Slickster up here? Bone Ever is right. Thank you, Klaus. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of the things I've read many times, but never actually heard said. We'll make a bucket for oil some more eventually. Oh, speaking of buckets. The shame bucket should be empty by now. What's inside now is just hydrogen carbon dioxide. And so it spinning eternally. The oxygen has been saved. I will leave the shame bucket full of what's in there now, and that is just fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and snip right here. Right here as well. That's plumbing. Don't do plumbing. Snip is, which key again? Left shift D. Not very easy to remember. Once that's all in here, we'll then snip again. Or attach again. And snip here. Yes. Just pump the glass a little bit through. Oh, will it not? Oh, yes, it does. Good. Alright, so with this snipped, nothing comes out. The shame buckets have been dealt with for now. Alright, speaking of snipping, I remember snipping something a little bit earlier ago, and I don't quite remember what it was. Whatever it is, though, it must be working fine, or I'd see the base on fire. Okay, gotta get that part done, so we'll have a hop across to do so. A little polluted ice just hanging out there. I believe the polluted ice is supposed to go into this box. I'll go ahead and add a new box for polluted ice, because it is possible we're leaving it on the base, so there's no place for it to go. Also, last time we looked at the germs here, it was over 5,000, thanks to a slight oopsie-doopsie earlier. How's it looking now? Only 10,000. Ah, shoot. Oh, man. Okay, I think we need to pump the entire current water bucket through the germ room. It's just not going to get done otherwise. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's entirely because I tried to change this room so we wouldn't have carbon dioxide in it. So the water is currently going where? It's going to the bathrooms, which is no problem. That's fine. It's going to the skimmers, no problem also. It's going to the farms, a slight problem. So we may get more and more food poisoning. Hey, Bonnie's really stressed out. Oh, that's fine. Bonnie had a bad day yesterday. Her stress is definitely going down. She'll have no problems at all. Speaking of removing Bonnie's stress, you know what we should do? We should add some decor to our base. So let's bring up that old decor page and see where in the base needs some assistance. It looks good to me. I think this looks beautiful. Alright, so we know that Bonnie and Clyde are climbing way up here regularly. It looks really, really terrible. So let's at least make this area look nice in preparation for their heading out on their little adventures. I shouldn't say little adventures. That's demonetizing them. They're big, exciting adventures for sure. And let's just throw some statues up. Lindsay leveled up. Good job, Lindsay. All right, it's furniture. And do we have anything to put on a pedestal right now? I don't think so. All right, so make a large sculpting blocks right there. Oops. Awesome. This is just oxygen. I have no idea why I haven't dug it out yet. Oh, no, I was distracted by other things, surely. Do they get entertainment areas? Yes, they have a water cooler. What more do you want than a water cooler? Yeah, you can make really large and attractive recreation areas with like arcade games and so many other fun things. Have I done this? Certainly not. Because to power them, you need to have a huge power moving around the base, and I think there's some level of like more attractive wires you can hide. But they take refined metal. We have a lot of refined metal right now, so yeah, know that soon. You get jealous when they use the sauna. Yeah, our little hot tub is down here. I don't know if we're ever gonna open that up. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. This water here is just hanging out as water. We could pitcher pump it out. Building a pump will take way too long for that, but this is for polluted ice entirely. Hey Trif, I will convince you to buy and play Oni. Awesome, congratulations. In your first playthrough, there was much food poisoning, diarrhea, death, and laughter. I'm glad you had a good time, Trif. Like I said, it's a great game. I'm glad you had a really fun time. That's so nice to hear. Thank you for letting me know I'm an influencer. In class yesterday, we were talking about how to assign certain like Marxist categories to the contemporary world. And a student said, oh, that's like influencers. And I played dumb and said, what's an influencer? And they told me all about it. And I said, oh, there are people online who folks like watch videos from and do things because they say to do them? Huh, I can't imagine. Now, I reckon there's a big difference between what we do here and someone saying like, I love this shirt. You should buy this shirt. Do you like Pepsi? I like Pepsi. Pepsi stops all the wars. Right? That's a slight difference, but I always like it when the students explain things to me I already know about. It's a little joke to myself usually. I gotta plug the stream. We have some student viewers that come by sometimes. That's always pretty nice, but resort to the influencer, yeah. I can't think of myself that way. I mean, I hope what you get out of this thing is like company and a nice community to be social with, and a nice little oasis in the middle of a site and a place that, say, the internet, that's occasionally quite mean. But I do not want to tell you what to do with your lives. Like, if people ask for advice, I will definitely give you advice. If people say, you know, what kind of car should I buy? I don't know. You do you, fam, all right? This is cold biome we're digging out. I think as long as the ice is up here, we'll be fine. Maybe. The reason why I turned on $3 an hour to play a mobile app, yeah. Like I said before, we've hit that point in in stream size again. We're getting offers to play games I never want to play. Like, not just I don't want to play them on stream, I never, ever, ever want to play them. Because so many of the ones are like pay to win. Now we're good. I influence you to min-max RimWorld less and focus more on stories. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I mean, obviously all the games we play on stream, not all of them, most of them are strategy in some way or another. And so usually in strategy games, there is a correct way to do strategy. I understand some of it and genuinely do not care about most of it. So yeah, I hope it's the case that we focus on the play and enjoy that. It's good. Hey, Alaric. In the world of industry, leading academic professors are often referred to as key opinion leaders. We'll emphasize the word leading there. I don't know how many leading professors there are. Like, obviously there's Pinker at Harvard, right? And Jonathan Haidt and so on. But yeah, I think a number of professors who are influencers, probably very few and far between. And I'm certainly not one in that guise. Had a couple little essays go quasi-viral, but nothing that really made a lasting impression. It'd be funny to see me play Fortnite. I mean, it'd be funny to see me play a lot of games, I suspect, but I also expect I'd be very, very bad at all of them, so maybe someday. Maybe someday. Okay, so what is this madness? I'm sure I use that phrase more often for Anthos. Thank you for it. This should definitely be insulated. Like, clearly, that should be insulated. Good. Good. When we attach this, it'll then start taking liquid from the brine line here. We don't want to do that quite yet. So this will be the last thing we attach. There's still plenty more to get done, though. It's all reachable, right? Yeah, it's all reachable, just slowly. And like I said, we'll dump more brine in a little bit. Temperature down here, all the way down to 29. We're actually factually under 30. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Things are, in fact, going the correct direction. The question, though, is what temperature... What temperature is appropriate to send this stuff out? Also, with the airflow tiles here, the off-gassing is allowing some polluted oxygen to get out. But, oh, it's kind of ugly. It's kind of ugly indeed. Okay, the carbon dioxide pile is building up again. Why is that? 620 there, 620 here. It turns on at 620. So it's about to turn on. CO2 is friend. I mean, I know it's definitely friend as far as keeping oxygen higher in the base. I just don't want it so high that it causes problems for the rest of us. But yeah, we just need to pump in more oxygen to push the CO2 down more. Hopefully. But what we want to do is throw a deodorizer right here. And eventually this will all be pumped out, and that'll be fine. Can I add one more wire here? It's current load's only 5, so whatever it's trying to do is not being done. And building it that way will ensure this wall stays up for now. Yeah, let's go ahead and dump some more ice here. I worry if I say bring ice to here, those grab the stuff right next door. Can I forbid movement on items? No. If I mark it as sweep job 1, I think he'll still grab it and take it right next door. Well, definitely the solution is make even more of the tiles for fast melting more fun. We're all around the pump. Delightful. At the top some. At the bottom some. How much ice do we have still? We have 4,000 ice still. No problems. Can I turn the switch down somewhat lower than 620 if I want to move the CO2 faster? So I don't have a particularly good reason for why it's the pressure it is right now. Other than when I had no sensor here, the skimmers were overheating themselves by running too often in a quasi-vacuum. Could I put the tiles behind the ice boxes? Oh, you're saying if it does that, it'll then cool down the ice area, which will make it harder for the ice to melt. Yeah. Yeah. Where is that in the base? I've gotten lost in my own base. I think we're actually okay. And this is consuming the ice that was on the floor there. Yeah, at some point, I just need to produce more oxygen, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Slow and steady process of all this getting done, step by step by step. Okay, so I want to dig these out from this side. To do that, we could put a ladder down that way. We could also just dig in. They can still hop over then. I'll go ahead and make the make a ladder straight through here. And then mark these to dig. Cool. Hey Kiweed, you're confused over an automation thing and we're able to help you out. If you go onto our Discord, which I'm not sure if our Discord link is actually working. I keep forgetting to check that out. It seems to be working at times and not working at other times. But if you go to the Discord, there's an Oxygen Not Included channel where you can share pictures of your Oni troubles, and someone always will be there to help. You're welcome to explain it in chat also. I'll see if I can help, but Oni automation can get fairly confusing fairly fast for sure. Yeah, I think only having the 3 suits makes everything working very slowly. It is working, Act 6. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I think that it's something to do with how people's Discord accounts are set up. Some folks have said that when they click it, nothing happens. And I think it's like if they're not, you know, if they're not able to like have their email verified maybe. But I think I looked to see if it required email verification, and it didn't, so I'm not sure. It's a basic thing you can't get your head around. Yeah, feel free to explain it in chat. I'm sure someone can help you. We tend to have a community of people who definitely do want to help other folks out. That's one of my favorite things about this place. Okay, just so I have to stop, so I can stop looking absolutely everywhere, I'm going to prioritize getting this part done. And then we'll know that all the work remaining is up on the surface. Also, we marked a bunch of steel earlier. Okay, happy to see this is not broken right now. There's a little bit here. Yeah, this is working exactly the way we want it to. Exactly right. Apparently we're out of iron also. Earlier I went looking for all the different metals in convenient places, and I'm sure there's still some more in convenient places. I just need to go hunt for it. Like this right here. Tremendous amounts of copper. And we can hop right over, no problems. So we'll get all that. Leave that for now. Get all this. You're trying to put a shut-off valve on a pipe, so it shuts down when the reservoir gets low, but so it'll stop draining it. Okay, shut-off valve on a pipe, so it shuts down when the reservoir gets low. Okay, let me see if I can figure this one out together. So, assume this is on floors. So you have a reservoir. The reservoir needs to hit a certain low amount for the pipe to turn off. Okay, so I believe it's the case. We'll have one of these things, the pipe turn off thing. Like so. That's the wrong button. Okay, and the green is the output. Yeah, you probably need the knock gate. Okay. Freak solved it for you without needing drawing anything. Yeah, just the knock gate, because the reservoir sends a green out. You put the knock gate in and send red out instead. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Freak, for the excellent assistance. So we're getting copper over here. Down here as well. So much sucrose. I really hope we have enough sucrose to fuel at least one rocket trip. I haven't used much except for a little bit of eating. So I'm hopeful. Hopeful. And I know there's a bunch of iron down towards the bottom of the map. Also this here, which we began to dig in and then got distracted by other stuff, certainly. So dig you out as well. And no copper there right now. Some oxalite, fun stuff. Okay, if I dig like this, the ability to get down into here, and then probably not back out. Alright, just to make sure this does not happen what I'm worried about, we'll put some ladders across the way and hope that helps. Okay, down here more sucrose, more sandstone, cool. And I thought we saw some more copper. Yep, way at the bottom there. So we'll just jump on down. Sand galore. Alright, has the telescope been anything? Nothing quite yet. However, this wire is now basically done all the way to the transformer. Cool. Doubles again. Hollow. Oxalite. Sweet legs. Oxygen was included that time. Oh, this is heading towards full. This is actually heading towards full fairly quickly. When it touches here at all, it'll turn off entirely. And they also have a bucket of brine building up here. And I think that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Eventually that finds a way to get rid of brine. But in the short term, we're okay. We can also use a desalinator just to get the salts. But then we have to get rid of water. Yeah, we'll see. 21 degrees, 17 degrees, 24 degrees. Let's pump it. Let's pump it. Okay, so this is going to pump into here. It's then going to have more polluted water available for up here. The polluted water being pumped out has no germs. Good. However, okay, food poisoning germs are actually going down in this one tile. And in this one tile. And this one tile, they're going down. We can ignore that. Everything's okay. As the water moves from here to here, it'll push the carbon dioxide up, hopefully down also. We'll see. Is the pipeline complete? Yes, except for this one part here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and plug this bit in. And this is an unreachable build. Is it really? Wait, why are you an unreachable build? Can't they stand a ladder here? Oh, they can't open the door while standing on a ladder. That's interesting. Okay. If we hold this open, we're fine. We can also just, destroy it. That works even well. Even well enough. Oh, they can't stand anywhere to open the door. Oh, that's an issue too. Yeah, I was thinking they would stand here, open the door, and stand in the in-between, but I think this will work fine. As we attach that, we then want to start pumping more brine water in. Right here. Here it comes. What's the temperature here now? Still negative 19 or so. Cool. Glad I caught that. So as the brine comes in more and more, eventually this is going to back up. And so I should move this little bit up to the very top here. Or better yet, why not like truly above so it can never back up without having an overflow? At this level it's fine because this will shut it off, if so. God. We can't reach this. Unless we remove here, I think we'll get some of it at least. I just removed all there. Nope, only the building. Good stuff. Brian is loading. Oh, there's so many moving things here. Oh. 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 This isn't quite work the way I thought it would. For some strange reason, I actually have no idea what it was. I thought that we had some liquid still getting here that was not under 20 degrees. But it's all under 20 degrees now. So what we can do instead is... Okay, some did get there. Some did get there. In the long run, it might be better for us to set up a line here as well. Because it does not matter what temperature is the liquid going up here. What matters is the one going here. But yeah, I guess 20 degrees is probably fine. So we'll go ahead and get rid of this section. If that's a refinery line above 20 degrees, it's actually not. This is a refinery line here. And this is a separate cooling loop for the main base. I'm still intending to make another cooling loop somewhere. Haven't gotten that yet. This looks really ugly. This looks terrible. This looks genuinely terrible. However, I give you the sky. So what are we getting with the telescope doing stuff? Reveals visible planetoids in space. Assigned duplicates must possess astronomy skill. Buildings must be exposed to space. How hot is the telescope right now? It's 34 degrees. There comes some liquid. The temperature is going down. Amazing. Oh, I like watching it climb the steps there. It's kind of fun. Let's go and watch the brine moving through. There's still lots on space in there. 1 second. No, that's fine. This is the brine coming back down. And then joining the cooling cycle. Wait, what have I done? Okay, so something I meant to do was to join the cooling cycle at the very beginning of the thing, not at the end. Oh, this is the beginning of the thing. All right, we're fine, actually. Never mind. So it's going to notice that the things coming from space are going to get warmer as time goes by. And so those ones definitely passed. Okay, before this was here, anything that failed the check here would just go down this way. I think, sorry, see the check would go down this way. Now it's 50-50ing here as well, and that's confusing. So we'll want to put a bridge here just to ensure directionality is correct. And then we can snip, snip, snip right there. I think that will fix it. So any liquid that's good to go, 50-50 is to space or back to the base. It no longer tries to run this way. Awesome. Here it's checked one more time. If it's cold enough, it moves on. If not, it's driven around again. Now this pipe is building up pretty badly. We still have lots of space for brine. So we're okay with still packing some more in there. But I don't quite see what Pei is discovering here. Like, she's filling a full line each time. I haven't looked at the star map. Maybe she should find parts of the star map. Okay, here we go. We see that she's looking at that spot right there. I guess I don't know how many times across it takes to fully discover a tile. When I click on it, nothing happens. Radiation. Average 5.2 rads. Oh! In space, though there are no asteroids. Bum 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 bum! Oh! I'm very appreciative the game gave me a little notice about that. So, the doors aren't exactly blocking the radiation all the way down. And it really is going all the way down. We have a bit of a worksite hazard now. So I saw that the refined charcoal is able to be like a shield from radiation. So maybe I should find a way to make like a little umbrella here or something. And then this has to be exposed. And I see it's getting 125 radiation a cycle there, rads a cycle. And I know the dupes have trouble if they get over 100 rads. So luckily no one's out there for the entire cycle. I have an idea. I think I'm going to automate this if it can be automated. Yeah, let's only let it be on for a portion of the day so that no one goes and spends the whole day out there. Cycle Center does partially green, partially red. That's fine. Seems like a nice way to interact with our buddies here. Here comes Pei again. Ready to get irradiated. Currently absorbed only 4 rads. That is climbing. That is climbing. It's very ugly out there. Negative 60. Here, I'll give you a, a statue to look at also. Gotta make the world a little nicer looking. There's a statue. New planetoid detected. Wow. A place called Toxibo. That sounds horrible. I don't want to go there. Irradiated forest asteroids have an abundance of metal for the taking if duplicates can withstand the planetoid's radiation. Cosmic radiation is 125 rads. There's geodes. Large geodes contain rare material cache or deposit on the world. Metallic caves. Caves of metal ore. Hot polluted oxygen. Salt water. Carbon dioxide. Aluminum. Gold. And copper volcanoes. There's barren, tundra, forest, ocean, radioactive zone. I've never seen one of those. And metallic. A plethora of metals pervade the metallic biome. Wow. Can't view the planetoid yet. Cab. Good old Toxibo. So maybe there's no particular reason for us to explore right now. Like, I'm curious about it all. They don't need it, though. Do the suits block radiation? That's a good question. I can see the suit at the forge here. So they have an insulation thickness. And insulation plus 50. So I don't know if that's a insulation against just heat and cold, or insulation also against radiation. These suits don't block at all. Lead suits do. I don't think I've seen lead suits yet. We'll not go to Radiationville quite yet. So Rucap, I've actually had destination for the rocket for a while. we knew about this one down here, Crudabo, for quite a long time. It has oil, and it's frozen there. And so I'm planning to land here first. I do worry that trying to land here will cause we can't land here. We can't land here until we have a landing platform. I could throw a little buddy down. I remember the one time I had a little buddy I threw down, he ran out of power very quickly. And so I think I need to have my little buddy construct power for himself, possibly. Though what kind of power would he have? Like a solar panel, but solar panels require glass, I think. And I don't know how to make glass. Oh gosh, alright. We'll figure it out eventually. Take me home, country roads. We tried transporter? No, I've said I would like to get someone there via rocket instead of transporter. Trying very hard to do that. Do we have? We do. We can make a rocket platform now. And I think I'm going to put it right here. And really, really, really hope that the engines on top do not melt everything below. The whole point is to use a transporter. I've never been one to accept the point of video games. I think the whole point is to not use the teleporter. I'm sure you're not wrong. I'm sure you're not wrong. I should use a transporter. But I've gotten this far. I've gotten this far without transporting. So let's see what we can do. Let's see what's possible. And if it's not, then sure, we'll try the transporter. What have we done today? We've done a lot of things today. We've gotten to space. We've made some things in space. We began pumping this water out. That's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. So this is filling up nicely. Oh, right, I moved the liquid vent on the brine spot. And so it's 50-50 now. That's fine. I could destroy this, but that's alright. Yeah, I'm hoping to have my dupes bring oil back via space flight, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Or maybe we'll use the teleporters. I know we have this teleportation thing also. To let you, like... Where is it? Teleport junk back and forth. It's here. Yeah. Maybe eventually. So this is not fully exposed to space. I don't think that's an issue. Anytime I feel like, okay, there's something I was supposed to be doing and I can't remember what it was, it does not feel good. Like where I have some product half finished somewhere, and it's going to come up all at once, I didn't actually get it done. That's the fun of the game, right? The fun of the game is seeing what falls apart first. Alright, this is falling apart. We're down to 4,000 coal. So, though we do have our hatch farms, we probably need even more hatch farms if we want to have coal forever. And I just haven't done that, so it is time to go hunt for more coal. That's not reachable, is it? We can go across this way, though. Cool. Hopper down here. Cool. And I know there's more coal deep, deep down. Deep down. Those crazy dinosaur bones down here. Okay. So we can dig you out, no trouble. Wait. Will this cause the volcano to explode? Just in case. Just in case. I have the fear. I have the fear for sure. If we dig this all out, we can't get out. It's just a minor volcano. So it's saying it's a, I don't know. I don't know what a good analog is. Whatever it is, minor scares me. Thank you. There's unreachable here. We dug out the coal here, and now we can't get past. I should also go and grab the iron here as we're going. There. All right, so on tomorrow's stream, our number one goal needs to get we need to get other forms of power functioning, and I sure like to do natural gas. Hey, cool steam vent is dormant finally. I don't have time to do this now. If you're here at start stream tomorrow, remind me we want to do this first. Now, why do I actually want to do this first? Right, we have plenty of water. I guess this is not like a permanent water solution. So it'd be good to get this under control so that we're able to pump it out at some point fairly soon. But yeah, I'm planning to get this thing under control. We can say these words. And then we do need to figure out other ways of doing power. I wonder if at this point it'd be better for us to try to go for like solar energy. Can I research solar panels now? I can't. It requires the yellow I've not done yet. That said, what is the yellow again? How do we unlock yellow research? Here. We can already unlock it now. That one requires radiation. I'm afraid of radiation, but we'll learn how to do it. And then the orange one, I can also do right now, and it requires something. The Planetoid Trailblazer module can hold one dupe, so we can throw a dupe on the ground also. So we'll throw little buddy and a dupe down, and hope we can get the dupe's little base up and functioning. Yeah, have one dupe create a world all their own. Look, behold, there it is. There it is. We have Rocket Platform 133. That's a dumb name. What should we call it instead? What should we call it instead, friends? It can run 3 rockets, it looks like. Wow. Call it Kevin? I'm just gonna call the first ship Kevin. I don't want to say that Kevin propels Kevin. That's difficult and confusing. But Kevin will be the rocket, I promise. Okay. Wrong button. Are we excited now? You're welcome to excited now, absolutely. Call it Nivik, fine. It's platform Nivik. Everybody loves it. Kevin all the way down. Okay, so I want to use the sugar engine first. I assume the engine needs to go at the bottom. Burn sucrose to propel rockets for short-range space exploration. Do we need gantries still? I remember gantries are very confusing. Are they a thing still? Let's see here. They are a thing still. Oh! Gantries require research I don't have. Can I actually not make a spaceship yet? We gotta figure out radiation then. Because the gantries are needed so they can get into the spaceship. Can we build a spaceship and actually climb into it? It'd be terrible if so. Maybe gantries aren't necessary. I think I tried to use ladders before to get in. It didn't work. But it's been a while. We'll figure it out. Okay, so yes, make me a spaceship. Platform's disabled. Wait, why did I push that button? That's strange. All right. Friends, I'm going to say that's enough for today. We'll come back tomorrow and, yeah, get a spaceship built and maybe figure out the 2 geysers down here and have a really good time, I suspect. Things are looking great. The germ's down to under 10,000 again. Except for over there. It's all fine. Anyway, gotta go teach pretty soon. I'm gonna go get a sandwich, which means I gotta go to the store again, and that'll be great. Tomorrow we should probably also figure out the issue with the radiation streaming into the base. I appreciate the radiation does not dissipate. Also, it must be cleaning these germs here. That's perfect. Again, folks, thank you for hanging out. We'll see you tomorrow morning for Oxygen Not Included Friday. Should be good. Appreciate y'all immensely. Have a good night. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the kind tips and subs and all the rest. Y'all are lovely. Bye. Bye for now.